What's going on, everybody? Bogdan Florian, what up? Sam Faden's here. What's going on, y'all? Let's get this going. So we are exactly where we left off yesterday. I logged out immediately after stream and haven't even gone through the inventory or anything. Now, additionally, I asked two different people that have never played a Dungeon Defenders game before. I went through and I explained a basic overview of what the heroes were and asked them to pick 6 starting heroes. Both of them picked the OGs, so Squire, Apprentice, Huntress, and Monk. One of them picked Rogue and EV, and the other one picked Warden and EV. None of them picked the Summoner. I was very surprised by that, but no one picked the Summoner. Now, it's two people. It was a two-person poll, so, you know, obviously it wasn't a ton. But anyway, so today's goal, for the start anyway, is to get to level 60 here. And I think we're just going to pop back into Prom again and just run a couple of waves just to get to 60. And then we will have Nightmare Mode unlocked. But first things first, let's check out the loots, because we got a bunch of loot. Oh yeah, we got fat loots for days. What are we gonna do? Look at that. Power, range, and rate. I mean, we'll take it. Power, fort, and rate. We'll take that too. See, that one's got power down below. And then double rate. I think we'll stick with the first one we got. What else? What else? Range, power, rate. I mean, that's an upgrade, right? But we don't get any value from range just using what we have. I think we'll just stick with that. And then we got some points to go into. Let's just follow suit with what we've been doing, go full power. That puts us at 363 power. Getting thick, y'all, getting thick. Then on the Summoner, our Summoner has been nothing but walls so far, really. I mean, some spiders in the mix would be quite nice, but that's all we've done so far. We're actually already in all legendary gear. So do I want to bother? I think I'm just not even going to bother. I'm just going to put points in here. Let's continue into the fort train here. Get some extra thick ogres here. Who else have we been using? We've been using Horatio, the lovely warden. Horatio needs some ups. Raw defense damage. Fort and power, though. I like that range a little more. Power, range. Lady of the Storm, what's up? Let's go with that one. Power, rate. I mean, once again, that range is going to be hard to give up, but that's a fat piece right there. In fact, let's just take it. See, we need a head. A little head piece here. Power, range. I mean, that's not bad. That's not bad. We gain a ton of power, and we stay on range where we're at. I like it. Now, where are we sitting here? We're 315 power, 100 plus range and rate. I think we can just continue to dump into power here. Looking good. Let's see, the Monk. Monk could use some serious ups too. Holy crap, I've been neglecting the Monkalicious. Look at that upgrade. Oh my god. Now, I'm not using anything but in snares right now, so in rate is not going to really be a hot item for me, but I'm just going to go and equip that anyway, because it's such a huge upgrade. Now, range and fort, that's a straight up. Fort and range, even with the bum passive, that's it out, but I'm sure I've got something better. Fort power range. That's a fatty right there. Look at that piece. Just getting comfy after some work paperwork. Nice, nice. I'm just getting started for the day, really. I'm still sipping coffee. Still sipping coffee. I mean, that's a nice piece, but I don't need that passive at all. What do we need to replace? Head and gloves. Let's look at the heads and gloves. Fort and rate. Fort. I mean, I'd rather have Fort and range, but Fort will work. And let's get a little power in there too. What about gloves? We got Fort rate. I mean, there's just Fort and range. We lose a little Fort, but I think we're good. See if I got anything better. Range Fort power. We'll take that. All right, what do we want to do with stats here? So we're 212 Fort, 182 range. You know, let's go ahead and... Nah, we don't need power. Why do I keep hitting my Windows key? I'm meaning to hit Control, and I keep hitting the Windows key instead. So we're 329 range. We should have some super thicks. Super thicks here. And then we got the Huntress. What happened? Did I not apply? No, I applied. The Huntress is in militia gear. And here we can really benefit from any stat. So here we got power, rate, but we do need that range. Even though that's, you know, that's just nice. Well, there's power and range. Let's go with power range. Rate power range, that's even better. Rate Fort power. Power range rate. Wow. That's a nice piece. What is our bum pieces now? It looks like head and boots. There's the head piece. Wow, that's nice, huh? We lose some power, but we gain mad rate and pick up range in the process. Fort power rate. Power range rate. Once again, we lose power, but we gain a bunch of rate and we pick up range. I think we'll go with that. What is that sitting us at? 217 range, Fort. Let's go a little more in the Fort just to make sure our traps aren't dying here. God damn it, I did it again. My hand is, instead of going to the control button, it's going to the Windows key. That's beyond irritating. I need to fix my fingers. All right, and then we probably have some accessories and then maybe a couple of weapons to look at. Let's see. Fort power, power rate, range rate. That's good. What about on Wispalicious? Wispalicious has already got some stuff. All right, and then let's do the old select all, sell all. Get our inventory cleared out. What's going on there, Zomboy? This is the PTR of the changed new player experience. So we're trying to... I streamed yesterday, and we're at the point where we're trying to break into Nightmare. So the new Nightmare now requires being level 60. So all we have to do is get to level 60. And we are going to do that right now. So we're going to go back to the prom. Where do I want to start? I don't want to start all the way. Let's start at 15. You know what? Let's start at 13 and pick up another free pet. Oh, it's not letting me start at 13. How weird. Well, we'll start at 12, pick up the free pet. That should be enough mana to build the map anyway. All right. Now, how do we want to do it differently? I think I want to put Ogre back here this time. We'll get a little reflect beam action. It's a little sketch. Let's put it down. Oh, come on, really? That's a little better. Where do we want to ogre it? I still think we ogre it right here this time. I mean, all we got to do is clear like 2 or 3 waves. I think three waves, maybe tops 4 waves, and we're good to go. So we had a problem here last time is where we lost. Well, I died. I derped and died. But let's go like that so we won't have that issue. Let's do the same thing here. We'll really get uppity with the ogres. The ogre slap fight championship. Here we'll go like that. Now, alright, I'm kind of slow rolling this because I'm not sure exactly how the DU is going to work out, but bear with me, y'all. Bear with me. No ability equals no run speed when you boost. Boo! Look at the size of these thick-ass ensnarers now, though. Good lord, they're enormous! Alright, so we're all ensnared up. We still need some splodies. Pardon me while I choke on my coffee. How's our... Oh, man, still just terrible, terrible range here. You know what? We can go ahead and get buff beams in as well. Put the buff on Homie. I'm eating up a lot of DU with all these ogres. Buff on Homie. I'm eating up an enormous amount of DU, in fact. This Homie gets not only a buff beam, but a reflect beam as well. Getting slapped by the Wolverine and Darius. Did you see? Aramir, I pinged you last night. I watched that power slap, that first episode. Did you see that Darius and Wolverine both got jobs? That's awesome, man. I'm sure that Dana White is screwing them and not paying them much. But that's really cool that they actually are getting paid, because you know that local bar in Missouri thing, it wasn't making any money for them, or not much anyway, you know, paying their bar tab for the night probably. That's pretty cool. Those guys are the coaches. They're the 2 coaches, and then at the end of the season, I won't spoil the slappage for you, but those 2 guys are the coaches, and then at the end of the season, the last episode, they're going to have a slap fight for the championship. For the championship belt. Hey, where do we want to put these? I mean, that is going to get slapped there. Let's just put it right here. We'll go with 3, which is a little light compared to what I wanted to do. Let's just put these over at the side. This is what I normally do. Let's just continue with that process. I'd love to be able to fit a 4th in over here, but we're going to have to see how the DU works out. It's already really starting to thin. But yeah, man, I thought it was pretty cool that those guys got a job, you know? I mean, they've been providing the slapping entertainment for a few years now, and I'm sure not really making any money. I'm sure that they'll be taking some slaps. You would think, right? All right, so we are running into a DU deficit here. We only got 9 left. So we're going to have to make a change on something. It's these ogres are eating it up. You know, I think what I'll do is I got the crappy version of the Archer rune. So I think I'll just put an Archer here to save a little DU. And then we'll do the same thing here. And what does that give me? That doesn't save me a ton, but it does save me enough, I think. We'll slap that bad boy. Let's just go right there with it. That only gives me enough for... I need 1 more DU. Dang. Where can I get 1 more DU? I can steal the reflect beam from this guy, I guess. Sorry, homie. You get no protection. You're on your own. Yeah, I was really shocked to see those guys, though. I hadn't... I mean, I read the article about the whole thing, but I hadn't really seen anything about what is going on. And then I watched the preview trailer last night, and I saw both of those guys on, like, the cover art. And I was like, what? Really? Okay, I think we need to go this one. See, a little bit more mana would have been good. This is going to be a little bit sketch, I think. But, I mean, we don't have to go far. We only have to clear, like I said, 2 or 3 waves. Should be enough to get me to 60. Laser beam these fools. You've been beamed. Lord Squiggles, we'll be seeing ya. Then we're gonna have baddies over here. Just scored an overclock on the PTR. Oh man, you're gonna be wrecking it. Wrecking it. Get that mage dead up in the back there with this laser beam too. If we can get the angle. No, we didn't get the angle, but we'll get him now. Ooh, traps. Losing traps like a mofo here. Oof. Oof. Get some heals. This trap is not taking as much damage here. Oh, so anyway, back to what the kiddos said. I actually talked to the neighbor kids. My neighbor has 2 sons that play video games, but they've never played a Dungeon Defenders game before. I went through the character list and kind of gave them a brief overview. One of them picked the original 4 plus EV and Warden. And then... Or no, one of them picked the original 4 plus EV and Rogue. And the other one picked the original 4 plus EV and Warden. And those are players that never played Dungeon Defenders before. Now, If I go with the Warden route, then I'll just not use Wisps. You know, Wisps early game are just so powerful that you know, it's a big crutch. In fact, I think I'll just focus heavily on building damaging defenses with the Squire or the Apprentice. Just because I think that those two defenses are both they're both defenses that I think a new player would kind of just naturally go to, you know. Alright, we've got to get some upgrades in these traps. I think one more wave will get it. I mean, it tops 2, but 1 or 2 more waves and we're 60. And then the question is going to be, before I end, what will end this one, because remember, nothing has changed, Nightmare or higher. So the question for Nightmare is am I going to be able to clear Nightmare Ancient Mines Survival at level 60? That's the only difference versus what's in the current game. So we'll end this playthrough and we'll wipe it after we get to that point. There's no point in grinding through to Nightmare or Massacre because none of that has changed. Or, you know, besides the initial, you know, the initial run into Nightmare. As far as, like, the bulk of Nightmare and Massacre mode, there's no changes at all. But what do you guys think? Original 4 will definitely be in my deck. Do I go Rogue EV? Or do I go EV Warden? You all pick. I tried to run a poll for it on Twitch, but sadly it doesn't allow enough characters for me to describe what was going on with it. You guys got plenty of time, though. Figure I still want to try to do Ancient Mines, Nightmare Ancient Mines Survival at level 60. Get beamed in your face. That's the other reason not to play Massacre, though, for anybody playing the PTR, is because you know how RNG works. The PTR, none of the progress is saved. It's just a test build. So you will get all the good loot. So don't do Massacre, for God's sakes. Don't get yourself any 8 out of 8 runes on the PTR. Just don't do it. It will lead to nothing but sadness. Nothing but sadness. Let's go ahead and hit this one. Alright, this one won't be enough to get me to 60, but it should be close. $59 and change. Alright, so we gotta do one more wave. just dump some ups into these guys. And then let's just let it fly here. And we can get rid of Epic off the loot filter. Did I not? Did I do that already? Let me check. I don't want those ogres to ruin me while I'm checking. Yeah, I already got rid of it, so we're good there. Sock Eater. So anyway, how's everybody's Saturday going? Got some UFC fights tonight for any UFC fans. I never watch them live. They're too expensive, but the replays are like up on the internet almost instantly as soon as the fights are over, so I get the 30-minute delay or whatever. They'll be all over the YouTubes in just minutes after the end of each fight. Grinding some DDA and Arknights. No, that's a good combo, man. That's a good combo. Got the 3rd anniversary event going on. I still have got to go through that. I mean, I've gone through the initial, I think the 2nd stage opened on the 20th, right? That was that yesterday? So I still have to go through that. I haven't done any grinding for it yet either. I still gotta, you know, I mean, it just makes sense to grind up all the materials you can get. Dude, it's such a good game. Make sure to take full advantage of that anniversary event right now. It's, you know, those big major events like that are, I mean, there's big major events several times a year, but this is like the biggest one of the year. So you definitely get all your stuff. Get all the free shit that you can, you know? That archer took no heat down there. Kind of surprised. This guy too took no damage or was able to heal or recover after it. Oh, nice. Nice. That's awesome. Yeah, I still have to buy the shop out. All right, level 60. We have arrived. So, man, I am sneezy today. Woof. Let's yoink our pet. And some blue bracers. Not the pet we're looking for. Deal. But let's bail, because now Nightmare Mode is unlocked. So we're going to have loot to look at again. I don't think we'll have any major upgrades. So I'm just going to look and see if there's immolation we had not used yet. See if there's any runes. I guess it doesn't even matter. This account is only going to be... It's going to get wiped in probably under an hour. Yeah, let's just sell all. And we're level 60. So do we got 15 points. I mean, might as well spend them, right? We doing on range? We could actually probably go a little bit more range there. Where we at? We're at 118. That's 127. Let's go to 130. Oop, that was rate. Oops. There we go. Let's go like that. EV we already did. The monk, we can get always more range. Huntress we're probably going to have some issues with here in Nightmare. I mean, the gas traps is what we're going to want to use. So let's just go those 15 into range. So now the whole concept here, the whole deal is you only have to play the campaign once. And my nose is running like crazy, y'all. I might have to go blow my nose real quick. The allergies are over the top today, and it's like it's the middle of winter. How the hell am I having allergies in the middle of the winter? Anyway, so the deal is you only have to play the campaign once. Well, we already played the campaign. So when we break into a new tier, we don't have to go through the campaign again. Now, you can if you want, and obviously a completionist will want to. But, like, we didn't have to go through Insane. We played through on hard mode the first 12 maps, and that unlocked all of Insane. And now we've got Nightmare unlocked. So, no. Okay, so why is Nightmare not unlocked? I'm level 60. Is that a bug? Is Phil here? Nightmare is supposed to be unlocked. But it is clearly not. So I guess we're not going to be able to test the level 60. Level 60 Ancient Mind Survival. I think that's a bug. I don't think Phil intended for anybody to go this far, maybe. So he didn't bother putting it in, but the Nightmare should be unlocked now. Let me log out to the title screen and log back in and see if that does anything. Exit to Windows. We can't exit to the title screen. All right, we'll exit all the way out. Pardon my black screenness for a moment. Well, he said yesterday that that's not required. That the intention, so I'm pretty sure it's just a bug. And Phil probably didn't intend for anybody to go this far. Since, I mean, the whole PTR is a new player experience, right? It's not see how fast you can get to Massacre Mode or anything. Yeah, so that's definitely something not right there. So, yeah. The problem with me doing... Well, I mean, I could always do the summit and see if it unlocks. I guess let's just do that. Let's do the summit and see if it unlocks. If I level up, I won't put the points in. That way I'm still getting the level 60 experience. Because I would like to check out Ancient Mind Survival at level 60. It does unlock after beating the summit. So yeah, that's just a bug then. I mean, like I said, it's intended to be a new player experience, not a rush to massacre type thing for veterans. Let's see. And we'll slap this here. Yeah, it takes practice, man. It's difficult. It takes a bunch of practice. Most people were cheesing it on the Warden to get through it easy mode, but I'm not sure if that was hotfixed or not. Alright, let's just blaze through Act 1 here. Or Wave 1, pardon me. It was fixed? Okay. So yeah, it's gonna take some practice. You'll get it. But you're gonna have to fail it a few times, you know? There's no easy trick. The trick is practice it, and you'll beat it. I did it on the Rogue, and it took me a bunch of tries, not gonna lie. I failed it a bunch of times. The key is to get the timing of the jumps down. Like on the Rogue, you get that dash. If you dash while he's in the air, you will take the stomp damage. If you dash right as he's about to jump, you won't take the stomp damage. So that's really kind of the kicker. So we should have enough to get beams and everything down here. When you look at an aura that big and you say, oh, it's so big, you know you have never seen real auras. Yeah, don't feel bad about losing is the thing. I mean, it's the same goes for the keep, period. Like, when you're running the keep, have no hard feelings or feel like you're doing something wrong about losing it. It's the hardest thing in the game, you know? I mean, obviously, I didn't give you a recipe for success there. But the recipe for success really is practice it, you know? I wonder if I'm going to be okay for flyers. Building right there. It's a little close, but I think it'll be alright. The Shro, thank you so much for following. And I tell you, my allergies are like triggered. There's something in the air here in Washington today. It's the middle of winter. It's foggy and nasty out. It's supposed to snow tonight. And I can't breathe. My nose is just running like crazy. Alright, we got the basics down everywhere. Looks like we got the basics down everywhere. Let's just go ahead and collect up mana one more wave, and then we'll build it out the rest of the way. So I'm definitely going to level up. But I won't, like I said, I won't put the points in at all. Wrong weapon. Still need to go through and unlock the last achievements on my mana character, but they're not the difficult ones. It's the go back and do pure strategy and stuff like that. should have put that wall down further. It's alright. Don't want to rebuild this. We gonna get it? Yeah, it looks like we actually did. And then this is the non-ogre lane, so I can get away with less, actually we still have enough for, what, 2 more. We can go with 2 reflect beams. I guess we'll put those here. And then we'll pray no ogres make it to our roots, because they are not fit to be being walls right now. These wisps are too close too, so if the ogre does make it here, I'm pretty much screwed. Because the ogre's going to cleave those wisps. And then we'll dump all the rest of the mana into these 2 lanes back here. And then, yeah, you know, like I said, I just won't put those level 61 points in. That way I can see what level 60 Nightmare Ancient Mind Survival looks like. For 1 upgrade on these roots. Actually, I should get around to ups on this stuff too. I don't want to get too overboard here, because I want to have a little bit of mana for the bottom side. Well, there's a few upgrades anyway. Those are... let's at least get them all to 2. Got any more juice? Not much. A little tickle. We'll take it. We'll take them juices. So those just joining. The next test is the attempting to go truly as a new player would. So I talked to 2 my neighbor's kids. Shout out Steve and Tommy. And I went through the heroes with them. And they've never played a Dungeon Defenders game. And they both picked the original 4 heroes, but one of them said they would go Rogue and Warden. The other one said they would go, or no, one said Rogue and EV, the other one said Rogue and Warden. So which do I do? And if I go Warden, I'm not going to use Wisps. Just because Wisps are super strong early game. So I don't want the Wisp experience as far as like attempting to do it as a truly new player would. Basically, I'm just going to use Flame Burst Towers, Harpoons, stuff like that with some walls. In fact, I think I'll try to poon my way through most of it. I don't know how well that's going to work. Obviously, it'll be a struggle in the first... EV Rogue. What's up, Ran? How you doing, man? Mushrooms are not what a new player would do. That's like a meme-y thing that a veteran would do just to show off. That's not what a new player would do at all. I'm trying to, I mean, it's difficult to do because I played all the games for so long, but I'm trying to do a playthrough through the game like someone who's never played a Dungeon Defenders game would. And I think they're spam harpoons. Well, they both said EV. I think the EV has got a cool factor that a lot of new players would choose it. I'm not going to use the PDS either. I mean, obviously. I'm not going to use anything that I know as a, you know, as a veteran player I know is beast mode. So no wisps, no PDS. Just not going to use those things. Even though a new player might use them because they are cool, you know? I'm just not going to use them just because I don't want to. I want to lose. Now, I don't want to lose out of being an asshat. I want to lose attempting to build like a new player would build. So we'll have walls, we'll have harpoons. Yeah, well, I mean, that's the other thing. A brand new player will try to go summoner only. But, I mean, I'm not going to try... I'm going to try to do a new player, not a, like, new to gaming, never played a game before player. You know? I'm going to try to simulate new to the Dungeon Defenders franchise. Just not new to video games in a whole. Here is controller. Press them buttons. I'm not trying to simulate that. Although I probably could if the PTR was on Xbox. Because I still have to look down every time I play with a controller. I don't naturally know where the buttons are. I'm surprised that they both didn't pick the rogue. Because the rogue has got a cool factor. And it looks fun. Oh, well, I appreciate it there, Shro. I do appreciate it. I enabled some of the new Twitch notification things for chat for the live streamer. Like putting little special boxes around subscribers and stuff like that. And I gotta say, it's a little overwhelming. It's hard to read chat. There's too many different colors and boxes and everything going. I'm sure it's something you could get used to, but it's not an easy jump into. There's blue boxes, there's pink boxes, there's orange boxes. Good lord, how many different boxes? Too many colors. Ren, thank you so much. Appreciate it, appreciate it. Alright, so we held out. I guess I should slap this 25 into at least these walls, right? Put some kind of upgrades in here. We know the ogres are going to be coming right here. Not going to make it over to where I normally go, so let's just go over here and pray that he comes right. Now for once he'll go left. Knew it. Sneaky bastard. Now he's gonna troll me because I missed him here too. Come on, dude. Alright. Thank you for cooperating. Thank you for cooperating, Mr. Flappy Bird. There we go. See, we got a better gemstone here. Uh, 65 vitality. That's probably not going to be a bad thing going into Nightmare. Wow, that's shiny. We'll snag that bad boy too. Alright. So let's get on out of here and see if Nightmare is now GG's. I think that's better reserved if I put it on here. Take that vitality. Thank you very much. And let's see. All right, and now it's unlocked. So yeah, I think I'm not positive if I don't think Phil is here today, but I don't think it's intended that you have to do that. I think you play the campaign one time and you've got all the future difficulties the campaign unlocked. You just have to get to the level. I'm pretty sure is how it's going to work. But what I want to experience... Oh, we're at 63. Wow, we got fat levels off of that. But I'm not going to put any of those points in, because I want to play this as if I'm level 60 breaking in. So we're going to pretend... I'm just going to sell all this stuff. Actually, I guess I used this. Well, I guess it's too late now. But I'm not going to put the points in, so... I'm sure... Well, I don't think he necessarily forgot. I just think, being a PTR, it wasn't intended for anybody to go this far. I think he expected people to go through, like, the medium, the hard, and, you know, check out the new insane mode. But I don't think he expected people to go Nightmare or higher. But we're going to try Nightmare Hardcore Ancient Mind Survival as a level 60 player. So let's see how this works. Alright, so how do we want to do it? I think we start off like this, just to get through the first waves. Not enough range, that sucks. And not enough juice. That's all we get for wave 1, but we can just mow everything down. I mean, 11. Wave 1 on any difficulty is not going to be that tough. See, you see the difference right away in my damage output. I went from doing like 2,000 per projectile to 500 per projectile, and that's just one of the modifiers for Nightmare mode. Your hero damage gets smacked in the teeth. And I just dropped down to 16,000 health from... I want to say I was at like... I don't remember what I was at. I think I was way higher than that, though. Even with that pet on. And, I mean, if we're snoozer mode AFK in this at wave 15, then I'll just call it good. Hey, you know, I'm not going to sit here and grind it just for the sake of grinding. I think over here, though, I do want to do this. Because these wisps get into that lane no problem, without any upgrades. And then they're completely protected. Getting this side pretty decent shape. Look how small my R's got all of a sudden too. Damn. They babies. They just a little baby. Ooh, the sharkin'. Anything but the sharkin'. We're gonna have copter ogres too, and Jin. Oh man. Make sure there's no Jin cruising around out here. I mean, there is no Netflix. There's going to be no Netflix and chill with this. Where, like in the current game, your first Nightmare Survival, now you'd be way higher level, of course. You'd be like level 71, 72 by the time you jumped into it, which is several hundred more points. I think it's... Or it would be at least 150 or so more points, I think. I don't remember exactly how many points. But it would be a bunch more points than what we have right now. I didn't place these very tight. In fact, let's just get them placed better. Is that close enough to catch all three here? Let's see. Yep, appears it is. Alright, what do we got in there? We got 4 in here right now. Up that to 6. We got 19 DU left. And we're probably going to easily spend that just on ogres. Actually, we're going to have to free up DU. Well, we would free up one here. We would free up another here. And then we'll get ogres in. We won't have buff beams. Or we won't have reflect beams. So I'll definitely put reflect beams in too. Let's get one upgrade on a wisp here just to get something with a little more range. Of course, the challenge here is getting the upgrades in. Once you get the upgrades in, we're going to be reaching those gen and stuff that are floating around. Where right now, they're just going to have their way with me. And I'm finding my hero damage is pretty ineffective too. So it would be, we would definitely be at, that is so weird. He aggroed to that root. Yeah, they're so cute, aren't they? Little itty bitties. So, I mean, we're at wall repair simulator stage because the hero damage is completely ineffective. Now, I, of course, could take a weapon that I find and upgrade it, and that would give me a ton more power. You dirty bastard. Come on into wisp range. There we go. There we go. All right. Alright, so what do we want to do to complete the build? We can get rid of this, and let's go, with the thickness. We'll get rid of this, and go with the thickness. And then we need a tree, or a root back over here to activate these wisps. And then we really need reflect beams, so I'm just going to get rid of one of these wisps. And go with reflect beam there. Gives us one more reflect. I mean, I guess I could do this, just in case the spiders get uppity. And yeah, everything else needs to go into upgrades. Well, I mean, we have nothing else. The more range we get on the wisps, of course, the better we are. So what do I do about the points now, y'all? Do I just say, screw it and put the points in? Because it's what? It's like 15 points? There's 3 levels? Because now, as you progress through insane mode, I would be applying points. Or, pardon me, as we progress through nightmare, we would be applying points. This is just a problem until I get these wisps upgraded. The ogres will help that, because they're going to have the range to slap those kids. And it shouldn't be long, and we'll be getting pretty thick upgrades, too. But what are the... That's epic. We're not going to see anything really good yet. Keep these sharkin from getting too carried away here. Copters are going to be a problem too, I think. Are copters not in... Are copters here now? I can't remember. Did they remove copters from Ancient Mines? Nightmare? I can't remember. For some reason, I think they're still here, but maybe not till later. So what do I do with points, y'all? What do I do with points? Because I've got what? I've got 20 points sitting. So it's 5 per level. I guess ignore 15 points. I guess we could do that. Need to hit the upgrades here for sure. Hey, you know what? Let's just not use the points. I mean, even though in a true run we would be using the points, let's just not use the points. Now, what kind of gemstone was this, too? I don't remember. I just looked at the vitality on it and said, ooh, ah, shiny. Get wrecked, Sharkin. It was a sturdy. We'll look at it here in a minute. I mean, I guess we can see if anything goes crazy here. .89 range. Yeah. It definitely looks like a sturdy. Oh man, Jen got in there. %, armor. Yep, it is indeed a sturdy. Ooh. Don't kill me, Jen. I'm running. That's the problem. One of the real struggles is things like your hero damage being nerfed into the ground when you go to nightmare mode. That is not explained anywhere in the game. That's another thing that needs an explanation. It would be pretty easy just to add it to the description box over to the right on the war table or on the browser. Because people won't know, you know? A new player would have no idea and they'd be wondering, WTF? Now, granted, you know, I've been able to not necessarily make a living, but I've been able to create a YouTube channel based off of lack of descriptions in Dungeon Defenders games. So thank you very much, Trendy and Chromatic, for not explaining your shit properly. But come on. I mean, at some point they need to explain this stuff, you know? We're going to be getting higher quality legendary gear. We're throwing an upgrade on that since it is kind of out in the open just in case. Alright, here comes our first ogre. Let's see what happens. Does he get owned? Yeah, he got owned. Alright, I think I'm going to try to AFK the next wave. If I can AFK the next wave, I'm just going to call this playthrough done. Because I don't really see... I don't see a problem with doing this at level 60. I think it's going to be quite doable. Now, I think it's going to be a little more challenging on the next playthrough, not using any meta defenses. Well, I mean, I'm going to be using some meta defenses, because a new player is going to accidentally use buff beams, not knowing that they're meta, you know. Common sense is going to tell you to use ensnare auras, not knowing that they're meta. Any news on the future of DDA? Well, this is a test build right now on the new player experience, which is a massive part of the future of DDA. So the new player experience is changing to, you know, obviously a game needs to hold on to new players. If it's unable to hold new players, then the future of the game is basically dismal. So this is an effort to change the new player experience to be able to hold more new players. And then we got the part 2 of episode 2 that's due, that's supposed to be out like Marchish. Or the PTR is supposed to be out early March, assuming that means the update itself would be out by the end of March. But that's what's in the immediate future. Plus anything, I know Phil likes to surprise us, so plus anything that Phil might have up his sleeve. Which, I mean, this wasn't expected. I think this PTR and these changes to the game, I think, are pretty common sense, just by reading through the Steam reviews and seeing what people are saying about the game. But I wasn't expecting it, to be honest. So the Chromies are thinking, you know, that's a good thing. Alright, so I'm going to try to AFK this wave. If I AFK this wave successfully, then we're going to wipe these characters and call this this test here complete. The veteran experience test. And I still refuse to use the PDS. Obviously, I could have spammed PDS and just steamrolled through all of this. So, yep, if this AFKs, I guess I should wait for Dark Elf Warriors. That's 2 more waves, right? 1 or 2 more waves? Let's go get to that point. Let's get to that point. Because that might end up being a huge, huge face roll. 9? I think it's 9 as well. It's either 8 or 9 for sure. What about copters, Mel? Is there still copters on Nightmare Survival Ancient Mines, or are those gone now? I thought that they were still here, but they didn't show up till later, but I'm not positive on that. That's the plasma defense system from the EV. It's very, very meta in a lot of situations. Let's see, let's just tough it out the wave 9. See if the ogres can handle it. You know, I mean, the ogres might be like, yeah, whatever, you Dark Elf warriors are a bunch of chumps. But they might get beat up. I mean, I would expect them to get beat up, a little bit at least. As long as the Delphs don't go right for the roots, I'm probably fine. Get another upgrade on that, just to be safe. Alright, it's either this wave or next wave. Looking like it's next wave. Tough it out one more wave here and see what up. I mean, obviously we're in a point right now where we could probably AFK 10 waves, assuming that the Dark Elf warriors aren't too overbearing. And, you know, this is the veteran playthrough, so I'm not against cheesing the Delphs up here and laser beaming them through that. So what do we do, y'all? What do we do? Only one person has said anything. Do we do the original 4 plus EV and Rogue, or do we do the original 4 plus EV and Warden? If we do Warden, we do no Wisps. No Wisps, no PDS. Which is it going to be? In the builds, I'm not going to do optimal builds, just because a brand new player isn't going to do optimal builds. Well, they both had Rogue. Or no, they didn't. OG EV Summoner. No one picked the Summoner, Ren. I asked my neighbor kids. I borrowed the little neighbor brats. I had to pull them away from Call of Duty. Apparently they're not watching, or there would be a knock at the door at any time saying, "Don't call us brats." Yeah, see, that's not... I'm not asking you all which ones. I'm asking you all out of those two choices, because that's what someone who knows nothing about Dungeon Defenders picked. So I'm not asking you all which ones to do. So it's original 4 plus EV and Rogue, or original 4 plus EV and Warden. That's the 2 choices. If he had a 3rd kid, I'd give you a 3rd choice, but he's only got 2 kids. You think it would be the Rogue? All right, so there's multiple Rogue picks, so we'll do that one. EV, Rogue, OGs. Well, I'm not going to use any of the OP defenses because a new player wouldn't know. I mean, eventually they would figure it out, but I'm not going to use, you know, no Wisps, no PDS, none of that stuff. Maybe his wife says Huntress only? Now, his wife would not even entertain the comment. She would look at me like, why are you asking me? Go ask the kids. That would be her response. I could go ahead and just assume that one. And just to embarrass them further, in case they do actually watch this, I will go ahead and refer to them once again as Little Stevie and Little Tommy. And now they will be super angry with me. And they're both brats. There. We got it all out of the way. No. I was referring to her wife. My wife wouldn't pick. She would say, her response is, I can't believe you're still playing that game. There, I'll give you my wife's response. That would be my wife's response. She's not a fan. Oh shit, I didn't look at the Dark Elves. I'm assuming the Dark Elves were not a problem. I guess we'll look at them in Wave 10 too. Is your first time watching anything on DDA? Nice. Well, welcome. This is all just testing builds and just kind of toying around to be able to give feedback, Alan. The new player experience is going to be changing for Dungeon Defenders Awaken, and this is a public test build of the game. With some of those changes in. Yeah, I forgot to look at the Delphs, so we'll have to... Let's just go one more wave. I'll just G it right up. Rin, thank you so much again. Okay, here come the Dark Elf Warriors. Oh, they just got one tapped. Alright, so... The question has been answered. Level 60 Nightmare is not an issue. It's not going to be too much, you know? Because those Delphs just got one tapped like they're nothing. So, alright, let's go ahead and head on out to Tavern. And what I'm going to do, obviously I got to delete all my inventory. I don't want to go through and set all my bags and filters up again. So what I'm going to do is dump all the gold I have into whatever. Actually, it's going to be hard to spend that much gold, isn't it? Actually, it won't be too bad, I guess. I'm going to dump the gold I have so that I don't have any gold, and I'm just going to delete all the heroes. And hope that the inventory doesn't, or the deleted heroes don't dump their inventory. If they do, I'll have to do a real wipe. I mean, from a veteran's perspective and using meta builds, it's harder than it was. I mean, it's not supposed to be overbearingly difficult. It's supposed to be harder. And it is harder than it was, without a doubt. So, I mean, I think it feels pretty good. The only question I have is, I think it's a huge quality of life, allowing us to only play the campaign once and then skip to whatever map we want when we go to a new difficulty. But I also wonder, does it take away too much of the gameplay? I mean, I guess it doesn't really, because you're still getting to the level caps and everything to unlock the new content. But that's really the only... I mean, I think everything in it looks pretty good so far. And that's the only thing that I personally really have questioned at all. Alright, let's get good and broke here. $13K. Can we lose a little bit more money? Let's see. $4K. Nope. I think that's where we have to bottom out. $4K. So I got no inventory. Now what happens if I delete the heroes? Let's see. That one I'm active on. Shit. Really? Is it because they're in the deck? Oh, starting accounts start with 10K? Gotcha, gotcha. Alright. Can we delete now? Yeah, there we go. That one's in deck. Alright. Nothing's in my inventory. I got no gold out of that. So perfect. So, we're gonna go... Squire? Apprentice. We can now delete this one. EV. Oops. Monk. You know what? I should just wipe it, right? Let me just not be a lazy ass. Let me wipe it here. Alright, let me give you guys a be right back screen while I wipe it. There's no need for me to be so goddamn lazy. I want to see the unlocks happen and all that stuff, so the only way I'm going to see all that is by properly wiping it. So let's see now. Spiders need anti-collision on the environment. That way, anybody too watching the stream that didn't see yesterday would see how I would go into it brand new, just starting. Alright, so I gotta restart as local, save it, and then pop back out and restart. God, this song I just don't like. I don't know how it made it onto this playlist. Let me skip it. There we go. Gotta remove that one from the playlist. It's too screamy. You actually start with 0, Mel. Alright, so now we should be able to restart. Well, I mean, I don't remember ever starting with money. But you're definitely not starting with any money now. Should give me a... Oh no! Why did it not give me an option? Okay, it did, it did. So we're wiped. Right? Yeah, we're wiped. Okay, so... Oops. to look at that on the live game. We were gonna go EV and Rogue. And he's naturally named after my cat. I approve. Let's swap these two around so I don't get confused, just because I personally always have the EV on F3 and the Huntress on F5. Alright, so there is our starting deck. Live gives an option, PTR won't. Gives an option for... No, you start with everything unlocked, Alan. So anyone just joining, I pulled my neighbor kids who know nothing about Dungeon Defenders, who never played the Dungeon Defenders games. And I had them pick which heroes. I gave them a description of all the heroes. And I had them to pick which 6 heroes they would use. And this was the choice. Squire, Apprentice, EV, Monk, Huntress, and Rogue. Now I'm trying to play this. The reason I had them pick is they know nothing about the game. They don't know what's better. They don't know what the meta is. So I'm trying to play through this as I think a brand new player would play through it. Now, with that in mind, the EV wasn't the choice, and I do realize that the plasma defense system is very, very strong, so I'm not going to use that at all. I don't think although a brand new player would figure it out pretty damn quick, I'm just not going to use it. So here we go. I got to set my bags up, and then my loot filter probably got screwed, right? Let's see, we want to go all the way back down to picking up everything. And then my bags. Now, a brand new player wouldn't know about that either, but this is where I say to every brand new player out there, watch my damn tips and tricks starting video. Set your inventory up, for fuck's sake. Excuse my language. Just do it. So the first slot, we're gonna have what do we want the first bag to be? We'll make this one weapons. Sword, bow, polearm, and staff. We'll just let everything drop of those qualities. Actually, I'll go ahead and get these selected now. And then I'll untick them as I go. Or no. This is the filter, this is the bag filters, not the loot filter, so I don't need to do that at all. Just those. Okay, bag image, we'll give it, what do we give it? Let's give it that. Okay, next bag, we'll go accessories. Actually, we should go offhands, huh? Let's go offhands in the next bag. So we'll go shield, ammo pouch, whetstone, and tome. Bag image, we'll give it... We'll give it a lovely shield. Next bag, we'll go accessories. You just played about 30 rounds of mixed mode rune farming before realizing my loot filters got completely reset. Oh, man. That stinks. Luckily, 30 waves of mixed mode is nothing. Sadly, you probably didn't have an 8 out of 8 there that you missed out on, Shrew. I hate to say it, but RNG hates us when it comes to runes. Alright, what was this? This was accessories? Go with the goggles. Oh, total maps, so 90 waves? You probably still didn't get one. Or actually, you probably did get one. Hopefully your loot filter snagged it. Alright, so we got weapons, we got offhands, we got accessories, we need a pet bag. Give it the old juicy fruit pet. Because every brand new player can instantly realize that one's the coolest. Thank you so much for following there, Tangy Rex. Appreciate it. Then we'll go to armor. Bag 1 will be ancient. Which piece? Let's use gloves again. I like using gloves for the icon. Next one will be guard. Next one will be militia. Minor. How is DDA? Super fun. You done smacked on Juicy? Juicy just wants a hug, Aramir, that's all. Juicy just wants a hug. Nothing but love from that guy. And we'll go primitive here. There we go. Alright, so our bags are organized. Our loot filter has been set, right? Yep, our loot filter's set to pick up everything. Let's get it. I know a brand new tutorial. It's a different game. It's more similar to DD1 than DD2. It's not a free-to-play microtransaction-filled game, so you would expect none of the free-to-play microtransaction type stuff. If you played DD1, it's much more comparable to DD1. A new player would play the tutorial, but I ain't playing the damn tutorial, yo. I just ain't gonna do it. I refuse. You love DD1. If you like DD1, your odds of liking DDA are good. I mean, it's not DD1. It's not DD2. It's its own game. So there are vast differences. But it's the newest product and the newest game engine. And it's fun to play. Easily worth the price. Alright, so what do we do here? A brand new player. I ain't going easy. I'm not talking someone that's newborn. I'm talking somebody that's new to Dungeon Defenders. Yeah, it's relatively easy to pick up. There's a few things that are a little harder to figure out, but nothing too terrible. So what do I do then? Do I go medium or do I go hard? Because like a brand new player would probably go medium, right? New to tower defense or action RPG games. Hard is recommended for players who have played other tower defense or Dungeon Defenders games. I mean, I feel like I should go hard just to kind of nerf myself a little bit. Not that I think I'm some badass, but I'm obviously not a brand new player. I think I'm going to do that. I'll go hard just to nerf myself a little. So hard, deep, or well, here we come. We are not going to go hardcore, though. And what do we have at level 1? Let's see. We got walls. Leaves no DU, really. I think that's a bad move. Let's do that. God, this is tickle damage, man. Remember, one of the changes was it rebalanced the difficulties. So the hard that I'm playing right now is comparable to insane in the live game. So this is the current insane mode, basically. Why can't I kill none of the things? God, tanky as hell, man. Oh, it's a lightsaber. Oh, that's what I'm talking about. Smartest thing they could possibly ever do. Give the brand new player their first drop. DLC are 100% fully cosmetic, Alan, so zero need whatsoever. Give a brand new player's very first drop be a lightsaber. That should be hard-coded into the game. Make everyone get a lightsaber. It's for the best. Alright, did we unlock anything yet? We unlocked harpoons. I think this is something a brand new player would do. Would you guys not agree? I got the magic missile out here being completely ineffective and will eventually get destroyed. No, sadly, there is no, I appreciate the thought there, Alan, but there's no any sort of referral code or anything for DDA. Chromatic likes to keep their money. They don't want to share it with me. Chromatic likes them ducats. Oh, yeah, good call, good call. A brand new player wouldn't defend a lane that doesn't have enemies on it yet. See, I don't think of those little things. That's a very good call. I mean, common sense tells me there's going to be baddies coming out of here. But a brand new player doesn't see any of that. In fact, they would probably have built right down here. See, it's those little things. You just don't... When you've played it a million times, you just don't realize what you're doing. You know? I mean, I'm just going to roll with it now, but that's definitely a good call there. And we are going to be using a lot of harpoons through the show. Just because I personally... With the very first time I played Dungeon Defenders, I saw the harpoons and I went ooh and ah. The kiddos next door, they actually were bigger on the flame burst towers. They were like, oh, fireballs, hell yeah. So maybe I should throw, I mean, we don't have those unlocked yet. But once we get them unlocked, maybe I should throw some fireballs in the mix. I don't know. I was really drawn to the harpoons when I was brand new. Here, just to complete the ass hattery, we'll get a matching magic missile over here that will do absolutely nothing. Well, a new player wouldn't do that. A new player would build walls. Oh, you mean not having the prep for the future waves? Yeah, yeah. Forgot to switch. That right there would not be a new player mistake. That would be typical juice bags nubbery. I forgot to switch characters. That would be a juice bags move there. God, you just do no damage right at the early game. I mean, of course, I'm playing on hard, too. Them poons are wrecking, though. Get on over there in poon range, please. Thank you very much. Multiple marks. We'll take it. All right. What do we build next? We throw traps. We throw down explosive traps and then say, what the hell? They're gone already? I mean, do I bother going through that step? I mean, a new player would be looking at all this loot and equipping better pieces and stuff, too. To be fair. Let's do this. Actually, let's do this. Thinking that that's going to be a good move. I would say break into the... I don't know. It's really your call, Alan. It's a brand new game. You just got it. I would say play it. But, you know, the new experience will be changing soon. But you've played other Dungeon Defenders games, though. So, I mean, early game is going to be easy for you. Even just because you're familiar with the basics of how Dungeon Defenders games work. Like anyone who's familiar with tower defense or has played other Dungeon Defenders games, the early game is going to be relatively easy. You know, it's early game. Any tower defense game you play is going to be super easy at the beginning. Let's see. Let's get another magic missile down. That'll be completely pointless. I'm surprised they haven't gotten destroyed yet, to be honest. And we won't upgrade, knowing that that's the right thing to do right now. No, there's no benefits. In fact, I mean, the majority of the game takes place later game. So by starting now, you're going to be able to collect up some runes and stuff like that you're going to wish you had later once the next update comes. Like, there's a content update expected within the next couple of months that's going to add not a higher difficulty, but a higher bonus difficulty, which means better quality loot. So, I mean, you could wait for that to come and get the better quality loot. But it will be harder to get to without having the runes. So, like, playing now and getting through to Massacre Mode and finding the runes for the defenses you like is what I personally would probably suggest, especially since you already know, like, the basics of the Dungeon Defenders universe and how things work. Because the rune grind is real, man. It's not like, you know, run one Chaos 3 map and get yourself a shard pack and then try to gamble and open it. It's not like that. It's, you know, the runes are all targeted drops. The high quality ones are going to be super rare, so it requires a good bit of play. I think the first struggle for new players is Summit. Well, it depends. I mean, if it's a new player that spends and upgrades their weapon, then the Summit is completely trivial. I mean, I don't currently, on my decked out Massacre hero, I don't kill the dragon with defenses on the Summit. I mow him down with my heroes. Oh, I lost defenses there and didn't even realize. So, I mean, that is... Killing any boss with defenses is something that I don't think new players expect to do, to be honest. Eventually, we're supposed to get news of it next week. I mean, we won't get, like, dates or anything. It's like the initial teaser stages. So we'll get, like, a look at the new hero with no real information past that. But, I mean, if you're already an endgame player, that's not really going to do much for your long-term experience. It's going to give you a weekend worth of play, and then you'll be the same position you are now, all decked out with nothing to do. It is one of the sadnesses of the current state of DD2. Without adding a new game mode, there's just literally nothing in the game to do. And C10 won't change that. Alright. We got 6 left. Our magic missiles finally got destroyed. We don't have, like I said, they oohed and awed over the fireball tower, but we don't have fireballs yet. What do we got to get to for this? Level 7. We'll actually have them really quick. So what do we do with the 6? You're only C8? Oh, we just get to C9 and then you will have arrived. Let's see, what's cheap? Tunes are 5. I guess a brand new player wouldn't know about the XP bonus either from using all the DU, so let's not use all the DU. We'll leave 1. I mean, throw upgrades in. Or I said I wasn't going to upgrade, didn't I? I mean, a brand new player would try to upgrade, right? Yeah. I mean, this is not someone that's completely new to video games in a whole. It's just someone who hasn't played Dungeon Defenders before. Phil said new players use half the DU. I've never seen him say that. I don't know if Aramir's trolling me to try to get me to do a half DU playthrough, or if he's being serious. Why would you only use half the DU? I mean, that might be legit, but on the same note, like I said, Aramir could just be trolling me, trying to get me to do a half DU playthrough. I mean, once again, we're not referring to newborn babies. We're referring to people who haven't played Dungeon Defenders before. Yeah, it sounds about right. Phil did say that yesterday? I mean, that, like I said, we're not going newborn baby stage. That's got to be referring to, like, someone who's never played a game before. I just got a hard time believing anybody's that dumb. You know? I mean, Phil, like I said, he might be referring to... Dungeon Defenders games do attract a lot of kiddos because of the bright colors and everything. The cartoony look and the bright colors. I mean, Phil might be the biggest troll of all. Well, I mean, we already know Phil loves to troll us, so yeah, that could have been a Phil troll too. Phil loses sleep at night thinking of different ways to troll us. So yeah. Alright, no DU bonuses, or no full DU bonuses, so we're only level 6. Where normally I finish this at like level 8. But let's grab the loot and head on. 17-minute clear, I think that's about right. For a brand new new freshie. And now let's take a look at what we got. See, a new player would put that on their active hero, that it does almost nothing for at this stage in the game. So we'll do that. Did I not get any weapons? Or I don't have a weapon selected to loot. I'm gonna have to manually pick up weapons. Alright. So, let's take a look. Now, what about weapons or armor sets? I mean, obviously, we don't have that much loot just from one Ancient Mines run. That's literally all we got. We don't have fireballs yet. For random armor on. I mean, I'm playing hard instead of medium to get rid of some of those things. So I'm not going to do that. I mean, once again, like I said, I'm not trying to play newborn baby mode. Just trying to play new player mode. I mean, armor sets are a thing in lots of games. So, I mean, someone who's ever played World of Warcraft, Diablo, you know, tons of different games, they're already going to know armor sets exist. I debated on not using any points, though. But I think that's too much for hard mode. Like, not using any points at all. I think everybody would dump into power, too. Not knowing that range is so much more effective early game. I don't know. That's why I'm playing hard mode, to make up for those discrepancies. Yeah, actually, I should go with a different armor set. Let's go primitive on homie. Throw that on until we get a match. Wow, that's all we got was primitive that round, huh? We'll go with apprentice walls, I guess. So we'll go guard gear on the apprentice. What do we do on the monk? Well, we don't really have any gear yet to worry about. Every character in DD2 is pretty good. But yeah, the mercenary's good, just like the rest. DD2 has a serious power creep issue. Literally every character in the game becomes completely OP once you get them decked out. The level of power is just completely blown out. And the rogue will go full on attack. I do need to find a weapon though. Alright, so what did I say? We were going to use apprentice walls. Throw the poons in the back. Yeah. Multiplayer, I mean, it's not something that you absolutely have to do. But multiplayer means more mobs, which means more chances for loot to drop. It's not like a deal breaker or anything where you like feel like you're going to be missing out if you don't play multiplayer. Plus, multiplayer, unless your teammates are just completely brain dead, is way, way easier. So, you know, multiplayer, of course, you got multiple heroes spraying down lanes. However, I will say multiplayer is a lot slower, and public games can get very, you know, not the bash, but you normally are not going to find ideal teammates in public games. You're going to find a lot of people that just want to sit here on the core and, what do you mean I got to do stuff? Well, I mean, that's something that it takes one wave to figure out, is the thing. So, I mean, stuff like that, I mean, literally it takes one wave to say, okay, this isn't going to work. As soon as your shit gets blown up, you have to rebuild it somewhere where it won't, you know? So, I mean, I'm skipping all of that stuff. But yeah, I mean, a brand new player would put them right on top of the walls. And it would take them one wave to know, okay, I screwed up. I mean, this is still in cleave range, to be honest. When an ogre comes, it will cleave that. Do we get an ogre? Or I'm on hard, so yeah, we should get an ogre. The stuff that only takes somebody one wave to figure out, though, I mean, I'm not going to bother running that wave. That's, well, you know how RNG treats us there, Shrill. RNG hates all of us. So bad. Yep. I mean, you don't even have to say it out loud. Well, I mean, I'm so far past all the early game experience chaotic. I mean, I'm enjoying tinkering around with it. But none of this will really apply to me. I just want to be able to give feedback to Phil based on, you know, my experience here playing through the PTR. But I mean, for anyone who's playing endgame now, none of this stuff will apply to them at all. This is actually doing really good, considering it's hard mode. It's fairly strong, using non-meta stuff. I mean, the Poons are hitting for 175 a pop. It's not terrible. I'm hitting for 86, so they're hitting for twice as much as me per hit. I think crowd control is kind of a no-brainer too. Now, people won't know that like gas traps are a direct counter to Sharkin, stuff like that. But crowd control is so prominently used in games that I think that one is something people will very quickly figure out as well. Alright, I think we'll go through the rest of the map with just this. Well, it takes away so much grind. So it depends. I mean, like, if you think the game is too grindy early right now, yeah, this is my second map in on the restart. I got to Nightmare Ancient Mind Survival, and then there's nothing new after that, Adaptivate. But what these changes do is it takes the main thing out of all of it is it makes it so you don't have to replay the campaign over and over and over again. That's like the biggest change. The changes in difficulty, you know, obviously that's a change in difficulty. But you can always go down and, you know, with your comfort level. So, I mean, if you're brand new and you try hard mode and you get your ass kicked, then of course you'll go and try medium, right? But I think the biggest thing, particularly for someone who's like, you know, say you're somebody that started a couple of weeks ago and you're, you know, like through your first campaign playthrough or whatever. Well, say you did your first campaign playthrough on medium. Well, you got to go do it on hard. You got to go do it on insane. You got to go do it on nightmare after that. And then you got to do it on massacre. You know? It's a lot of campaign run-throughs. And with this change, you only play the campaign once. And then you unlock the difficulty, and as long as you've done that map before, the maps are unlocked. You know? Okay, I think it's not too difficult to figure out that stuff's getting shot either, so I think now would be a good time to start using reflect beams. And then once again, we'll leave the DU light. Actually, I'll put a reflect beam over here too. And then we'll not use all of the DU. Shit, and I'm on the wrong hero. That's alright. We'll pew him. We will pew him. I get smashed right here. We got a lot of build up. Nah, we good. We good. The thing with harpoons that people won't know, but I think we'll quickly figure it out, is even though the range on them sucks at the beginning, the harpoon keeps traveling. So in like this type of situation here, it's not going to trigger until mobs are like all the way down here, but then it's still going to hit mobs that are back here, you know? Once again, I think that's something people will pretty quickly figure out. He's definitely getting pushed over here a little. Like, I mean, we need more AoE in here. Like, the Flame Burst Tower, actually, we do have them unlocked now. The Flame Burst Tower would be really nice. Right now, for sure. I mean, we could switch our philosophy over to Flame Burst Towers instead of Poon Spam. Like I said, the neighbors were both pretty gung-ho about the Fireball Towers. Will make players not have fun in the game. I'm not really sure where you get that. But... it takes away so much early game grind that people complain about. I mean, it's literally addressing complaints, this update is. So I'm not really sure how you would think it would make people not have fun. I mean, if you look through Steam reviews, like everyone that gives a review of the game that's got 10 hours into it, all the difficulties did get adjusted. That was a huge complaint, that the game was too easy. Are you saying that making it harder is going to make it so it's not any fun? Because that's anti what the complaints are about. The complaints all say that the game is too easy, early game. They say that the game is too easy, they got bored with it, and stopped playing. Like, literally, tons and tons of Steam reviews that you can just go see for yourself right now. You know? See, here's where we run into a problem, is these poons are just not going to be enough to get through this ogre. But yeah, people don't want easier shades. People want harder. So I would have to just disagree with your comment. Nobody plays a strategy game and wants it to be easy. It's like completely pointless. Why would you play a strategy game if you want it to be easy? You know? You gotta have some strategy element or it's not a strategy game. I think this is pretty concurrent with what a new player would experience. Too easy early game. Are you just attempting to start an argument purposefully? I don't get it. I mean, I'm a really easygoing guy, man. The early game is super, super easy. The end game is not. I'm playing the game because I enjoy farm and loot. That's what the end game is all about, farm and loot. I'm not the guy that complained and said the game was too easy early game. I'm referring to Steam reviews. I don't care if the game's easy early game. Every game you play, early game, is normally super easy. You know? I mean, no game is really that different. The early game is, in most games, is meant to learn the game. Not to, like, be super challenging. The summoner is actually super, super powerful early game, so... I mean, I just don't know what to tell you. Like I said, read through the Steam reviews. You know, this isn't info from me. This is info that you directly can just go look at Steam and see what the reviews say. People say they blasted through the game too fast and they got bored with it. Now, those people never made it to the end game. Oh, Arknights is a great example. It's like super duper easy early game, but it gets crazy difficult at the end. I mean, I haven't even cleared... I've been playing that game for a year. Now, on the same note, I haven't like tried to, because I do realize it's super hard and I'm getting my roster filled out more, but I haven't cleared all of the campaign in Arknights. I'm up to Act 9, about halfway through Act 9, but I didn't clear it. I should do that at some point, because I'm starting to get pretty decked out now. Yeah, it scales up. It definitely scales up quick. Arknights is more of a strategy game, though. It's like a tactical game, too. Like, there's actual tactical decisions you have to make. Well, Shades, literally everyone says the game is too easy. I mean, I can't... I'm not going to argue with you about it. Go read the Steam reviews. No, you're the only one saying that it's too hard. No one is saying that. Everyone's saying it's too easy. So, I mean, it's going to be a very small amount of people that play through the PTR. But that's the only option, is people who already own the game. You can't have a PTR for people who don't have it. Well, this is a test build right now for the new player experience, Luke, and then the PTR testing for the next content update is supposed to be out around the end of February, early March. Well, you don't do that with a PTR. The smart thing for them to do would be to get the balance changes made based off of PTR feedback and then do a free weekend to get new players in. That would be the smart thing to do. Now, whether or not that's what they do, not so sure. But that would, in my opinion, as a previous marketing professional that did marketing for a living, that would be the smartest thing for them to do. All right, so we learned a valuable lesson there, and we know to move them, back them on up. But I mean, you don't open a PTR. A PTR is for people who already know the game. You don't open that up to people that have never played it before, because they have nothing to compare to. They have no expectation. I mean, on that same note, there, Shades, every side has got an opinion. Go play the PTR and then give your feedback directly. It's not, we're changing the game based off of what Juicebag says. It's we're changing the game based off of player feedback. Well, I'm only one of all the people that play the PTR. So if you think this is wrong and the game should be easier, then go tell them. Well, I mean, I don't know what you're saying then. You're saying the game is too hard, and if they make the game harder, it's going to be unplayable. I mean, am I reading these comments wrong? I mean, that's literally what you're saying. Once again, anyway, I'm not going to beat on it. You give your feedback to Chromatic, because that's what matters, is getting feedback to Chromatic. Watching a streamer does not matter. I appreciate you swinging by, though. But that's not giving feedback to Chromatic, because what you say in stream chat does not get to Chromatic. You know? I'm not taking notes and telling them. It's me and you chatting. You know what I'm saying? So you got to give your feedback directly. Oh, it doesn't matter. A streamer's a streamer, Ekio. I'm no more different than anybody else. Chromatic could give a shit what I think. They could give a shit what a person with 2 viewers thinks. I'm just another guy. Oh. Good call there, Shro. Good call. But I wanted to rebuild. Lava Mines. This will be our first flyer experience. Nah, my stream is not linked on Chromatic's customer service page. When it was, that was a marketing thing between me and marketing. They asked me to do it, and I said okay, but I don't just link to Chromatic. That's my call. That's not theirs. I would be more than happy to link to Chromatic's customer service web page. I'll sit here and wait for my paycheck to come. Nope, it didn't come. So yeah, I'm not doing it. But that's something I agree to do. That's not just something they can just link up. I have to stream to Steam and select that. Like I said, I'd be more than happy to. But I'm gonna need to see something in return. Alright, so what do we do, y'all? Do we keep with the Poonage or do we switch to Fireballs? Like I said, the neighbors were very, very excited about Fireballs. So that makes me think I should probably use Fireballs. And that will give me the hard reality about fire-resistant mobs, too, which every new player will have to experience. Well, I'm not, like, common sense would tell you, right now I've got 2 types of walls. I got elemental blockades, and I've got spike blockades. Or am I reading too much into it? To me, common sense would tell you focus one guy on walls and the other guy on power. Or is that too much common sense? I mean, I'd like to give a new player more credit than that and think they realize. Too much? All right. I mean, like I said, I'd like to give a new player more credit than that, but maybe I shouldn't. So, let's switch our philosophy then. Actually, let's try to hybrid. That's what new players would do. So let's hybrid out. We'll go militia. Might as well just use whatever I have just to fill in, even though it's a busted set. And we'll switch the fort up here. And then we'll hybrid our squire and use squire walls. Just what I just told you the last time you asked, Luke. This is a new player testing PTR. The new player experience will be changing. That will be the next update, and then episode 2 is expected to go into PTR testing at the end of February or early March. So exactly the same thing I just said. Sorry, man. Alright, so yeah, let's hybrid, because that's what a new player would do, is hybrid. So we'll go with some fort, too. I mean, remember, we're not talking someone... the thing to realize is we're not talking about newborn babies. We're talking about people who have played strategy games before. And I think every player that's played a strategy game before would look at their stats. I don't think anyone would not. I do think people would try to hybrid, though. Let's see. We're gonna have to move that wall up a little. We can move this one up too. Well, I mean, if they can, you know, not to be rude, but if they can read, they can. Because it tells you what everything does, right? I mean, you got descriptions, all the stuff. So, I mean, once again, we're not referring to people who have never played a game before. We're referring to new players to Dungeon Defenders. Shit, man, and I never picked up a weapon. Again. Well, I mean, what are you gonna do? Alright, I never looked through the rest of my characters. So what were we doing here? We were right here, and then we went into power and or range and fort. So we're good there. We did our apprentice. We're not even using the EV yet. Wow. Purple shit dropping already? That's busted. Ain't nobody has luck like that. See, stuff like this makes the game too easy. Because if I equip that piece on anything, I've got an instant beast mode just from one piece of gear. I mean, that's crazy. What did we do on the monk? We haven't done anything on the monk yet. And this is nerf. Prior to this, it would be about double passive stats. Yeah. I mean, just that piece right there is just so crazy powerful for this state in the game. I mean, I'm on the 3rd map. I've only got 20 total points. And that piece alone has 33 points on it. Well, that was because of DD1, though, Shro, as remember. DD1 got you to do that. I mean, it's there. This is what a new player would experience, so I'm going to use it. Alright, and then we're in range. Let's continue to go into range. That's the deal, is the level requirements were removed. Where the difficulty itself went up, the ease of loot. That was another complaint. You know, so, I mean, it's, once again, everything in here is stuff that's addressing complaints. Nah, consoles will never get... There won't be any major changes like that to DD2. You gotta realize DD2 is coming up on the 10-year mark. Actually, next month is 10 years since it hit Steam. Steam Early Access. They're not having any... There's not going to be any major mechanical changes like that in the game. Alright, we never got a... How am I putting that down for? We never... Or did we lose our harpoon? I don't think we ever got one down. Did we get a harpoon down over here? I can't remember. Or I wanted to use fireballs, so... Here, we'll go 1 and 1. Or, not enough. Do I have enough for a poon? I don't have enough for a poon either. Alright, we just gotta tough it out. But yeah, I mean, there will be like new cosmetics, new heroes. We know we're going to get Chaos 10. Now, whether it be a difficulty higher than Chaos 10 in DD2, who knows? We'll see. But there's never going to be anything that like changes major components of like how the game runs mechanically. So field of view sliders on consoles, camera movement on consoles, none of that's ever going to happen. It's not realistic to think so at this stage. I mean, that would be something that could have potentially happened 6, 7, 8 years ago. But not at this stage for sure. Well, it's not a matter of changing the gameplay. It's a matter of changing something that will take work when it's like a 1 or 2 person team that works on the game. That reaps 0 reward. And will make the game run worse because it will improve the graphics quality. So, I mean, that's just not something that's going to happen. Hate to say it, but that's just hard truth. Realize it's a 10-year-old product. There's nothing at all that will happen to that game that doesn't result in a monetary payback. So if it's not something that's going to bring some sort of return, it's just not going to happen. I mean, that's not a dig at the game. That's just like basic business for something that's kind of their older product. All right. Yeah. There's been some big time changes there, Ben. The flamethrower, I mean, all that stuff is all pretty badass, to be honest. Dude, I wanted to put let's do one of each. Take a quick peruse around for weapons too. There's got to be a better weapon laying somewhere, right? It's one of the challenges the rogue actually has is all of the crossbows are absolutely shit. Super early game compared to what they've already got. I mean, that staff obviously was a badass, but I mean, just your starter weapon is just better than so much stuff that drops early game. The crossbows are just absolutely terrible that are early game. Oh, wow, you did apprentice only? Oh, man. That's the way DD2 was at the beginning. That was a later addition to the game. Let's see what this flame burst does. Oh my god. Flame burst hits so hard. Wow. That can't be right. It's hitting literally 10 times harder, more than 10 times harder than the harpoon. There's no way that's intended. It says right there, 2,500 fire versus 175 physical. Is it because of that piece of gear? Yeah, I bet it's because of that chest piece. I can't remember who I put it on. That's broken. I mean, come on. That's the most powerful thing in the game for this stage. Well, there you go. You learn new tricks. Holy shit, man. That's crazy. What gear did I have on? I got a mixed set of gear on. I don't even have a set bonus. Let's see if that evens out. I mean, that will probably even out. And look, bam. We just got another crazy piece. Now, that's because I'm playing on hard mode, too, I bet. I don't think you'd see that stuff on medium, would you? But holy shit, man. Oh. Well, I've got, yeah. I mean, do I not? Well, I don't have any power. That's the difference. I've got no power. I've got 0 power. That's why. Put a couple of points in. Well, we can see it on the tooltip. So right now it's hitting for 175 a pop. Put in just 3 points of power. 423. That's why right there. It's because I got no stat into it. So it's because I've hybrided out this Squire to do walls too. When a new player put their stats into Fort knowing that they're getting that much juice out of their harpoon, I don't think they would. I haven't had a problem losing a wall yet. I think a newer player that, yeah, just with that small amount added in. What is that? 12 power versus 23 power. So, I mean, that makes sense. It's half the power. Way under on DPS, though. Actually, the DPS is higher. But this is single target DPS, and this is AoE DPS. 1.87 seconds. Oh, there's why. It's only shooting every 5 seconds. Alright, that makes sense now. That makes way more sense now, in fact. I didn't realize it was firing that stupid slow. That's crazy. Alright, did we get a weapon yet? Come on, where's the goddamn crossbows? Let's go with just this. We'll leave 20 DU behind. That doesn't seem very smart. But we will do it. We will do it. Yeah, the Poon is wrecking now. Well, I mean, just anything decent. Like a decent rolled minigun I'd be happy with. You know? Just anything better than the starter weapon. I'm not asking for beast mode something. You know? Just anything. Ooh, lightning strikes rune. Here we go. Ask and you shall receive. Shoots way slower, but is way cooler. We'll go with cool. Oops. It's shooting fireballs. Yeah, it's incredible for marking enemies. Absolutely. That's the issue that the rogue has, is the devices, although they're so crappy end game, they're so good early game, you know? One projectile version. I got a set bonus now too, which will be nice. Let me see, am I wrecking it? Well, we're not wrecking it, but we are marking them up. That is for damn sure. That would be the dream right there. 5 projectile version shooting in like the little plus sign or a cross. That would be the stuff. That thing's pretty shiny too. Pretty in Canon Mark II though. Shit, I gotta make sure I don't have a fire weapon on. No. We good there. I think we're going to be shredding it here pretty quick, y'all. I don't think it's going to take very long. Now, once again, no matter what I do, there's no way for anyone, me, or literally anyone watching right now, to simulate what a brand new player to Dungeon Defenders would do. You know, there's no way to simulate it. Everyone here, myself and all of you, are already don't qualify. You know? Ooh, that's a bad boy. No, lightsaber! If the getting that physical damage will be nice too, so there's no counter. And once again, that's just something a new player wouldn't know. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it'll be a different experience for everyone, for sure. I mean, and the thing is it's just, there's no, that's the problem, is for every change that gets made, there will be people that don't like it, and there will be people that love it. And that's just the nature of creating anything. Not just video games, literally anything. French toast. Some people are going to think my French toast is the best tasting shit they have ever had in their life. And other people are going to feed it to their dogs. You know? It's just the nature of creativity and opinions. And, you know, there's no wrong thing there. But the deal is you got to try to appeal to the most amount of people possible, right? So in trying to appeal to the most amount of people possible, you're going to piss a few off and you're going to make others happy. Although I gotta say my French toast is pretty goddamn good. Just saying. I mean, how can you mess up French toast, for God's sakes? You dip the shit in egg and you fry it up. And I'm smart enough to serve it with bacon, by God. So yeah. Y'all would love my French toast. Oh yeah, absolutely. You just can't go wrong with bacon. You got the vegetarians of the world that would say no, and then you got the rest of the world who would say, "Oh yeah, give me that bacon." Well, I guess, you know, some folks can't do that to the pork, but that's fine too. But boy, does that stuff taste good. Just saying. Alright, so next wave, next map, we got the first real fight. Actually, we got an ogre here to attend to, too. That might take 6 years. I think it'll go a little quicker now that we put power into something. Still a slow roll, but we're getting it. We're getting it. I need a coffee too, y'all. I've gone like over an hour now with no coffee. Y'all would be super proud of me. But now I'm starting to get the shakes. I need that caffeine flowing. Those can roll pretty decent sometimes. And it's physical, too. I mean, it sucks at marking targets, but... a little shoddy. Ooh, that's for the Huntress. Focus fire. We'll take it. Oh, I already had one. We got that, too. We got spin to win that will be not even remotely usable yet. Jennifer's Honer. Jennifer's Honor. I just want to say Honer. You know, I'm not even going to say what I wanted to say. We're going to leave that one out of the conversation. Nothing good. All right, let's move on. Now, I desperately need some coffee, y'all. So, we're going to head on over to the Alk Labs here, and I'm going to go brew it up and stop by and take a leak and all that good stuff. So bear with me, y'all. I do apologize, and I appreciate it for y'all sticking around. But I will be right back in just a few minutes. But must have caffeine, please. Be right back. Here, I will change this song so y'all don't fall asleep first. I don't want to come back and everybody be snoozing. There we go. Everybody can groove out. Be right back. Right, I'm back. Now, I was thinking about it while I was brewing this deliciously refreshing quadruple espresso. We're going to have to just treat this as like a third or fourth attempt. Because let's be honest, it's the first boss fight in a game. A new player is going to have to lose a few times and learn the mechanics, right? They're going to have to learn about the fire. They're going to have to learn about the fireballs. They're going to have to learn about things that I can't unlearn. So, I mean, we can do a sketchy build, but when it comes to the boss mechanics itself, I can't unlearn the boss mechanics. I already know them, you know? So remember that, like, a brand new player is going to have to do this a few times. You know, they would have to get the struggle. And a brand new player is also not going to know about mob pathing, and they would do this. Or something like this. We got 160 left. That's enough for what? 2 poons? No, I didn't look at loot. Let's see. Oh, yeah. Still mismatched set here, but that's just a shiny. That's a shiny, too. Actually, we might have enough to go inspired. What would we need? Boots? Actually, we would need boots and a head. Looks like we got the boots. I don't think we have a inspired headpiece, though. What's going on, Zach? How you doing, man? Welcome, welcome. Just kind of toying around with the PTR. It has the upcoming changes to the new player experience. Oh, you already know. You got on the PTR yourself. Nice, nice. I would suggest any player playing, definitely play it on hard. Don't play it on medium. And experience because you already know. You know, you already know the basics of the game and how it all works. So I would definitely suggest you play it on hard. A few hours last night, a few more today. Very nice, very nice. Not going to bother with gear on this guy yet. Looks like no upgrades there. Let me just get rid of all this so we don't have to look at it. And let's get it. So yeah, anyway, just can't simulate the learning the boss mechanics. So, like every new player, it would be a pretty natural thing to lose on this fight multiple times. Which also means they're going to be leveling up, which I won't be leveling up, of course. But I think it would only be natural for someone to lose at least 2 or 3 times on this. Which, hopefully I don't. I mean, I might end up losing because I'm going to do a bad build, but I also already know the boss mechanics, which, you know, like I said, you can't unlearn that. It's nice experiencing it with runes. Also want to buy a cheap pet from someone to try a summoner active only. See, I really think that they should add in some kind of early game summoner pet. I mean, they just should. Bill has already thought about that. He said that it was some mechanical problems in the game doing so. But I think that would be really, really good, you know? Just those few points of rate dropped us from 5 seconds down to 2 seconds. That's crazy. How much did I even put in? I only put 9 points in. That's the power of diminishing returns right there. Yeah, anything. Anything. Just crappy single target pets, you know? Any pet would be a really, really nice addition. Ah, shit. Wrong hero again. I don't think we're going to get any mobs too challenging. I want to see something, though. See, I'm hitting for 34 a pop. I want to see something real quick. See how big of a difference that rune makes. I didn't put in my electric art rune either. Oh, I'm aware. I'm not using the PDS purposefully, knowing that they're same thing as always. They're too meta. What I'm doing today is trying to build the maps as if I think a brand new player would. So I'm not doing ideal setups at all. You feel weird overbuilding lanes just to fill in the DU? Well, one thing you'll find is you're not overbuilding. When super early game, you're overbuilding, but overbuilding is not really a thing later. You're just gonna benefit from all that stuff, you know? Alright, I want to see what kind of a difference that rune makes. Focus fire. It's only 5% at tier 1. It shouldn't make a... Well, it stacks 10 times, though. $34, $35. Actually, it's not making an enormous difference. It's just too little. Remember, too, I don't have any points applied or any gear on. This is completely naked Huntress. I mean, it's a 50% damage increase once you get all your stacks up. So if you did have gear on, it would be pretty crazy, right? Why is that not shooting? It's got to be in range. Yeah, they were in range. That's something weird. It's shooting now. Oh, it was a fire-resistant mob. Derp? Yep, that's exactly what it was. Ooh, we lost our wall over here. Well, I mean, yeah. I wouldn't assume anyone would try to use heat cannons early game. I mean, you try it on one map and then say no. Just the range issues and... I mean, knowing that you should be using... That's what makes, like, Wisps and DSTs and everything so powerful, is their physical damage. So there's no counter. Right. Let's see. We got to get that wall back. get some flamey boys in over here. We'll go with one, like right there. And we'll get some poons over here. That leaves 29. I think we'll do this. And then we'll leave the other 13 to you. At some point, I'm going to want to put some gear on this guy. I should just do that real quick now. What do we use on that guy? We haven't used Ancient on anybody yet. We'll go with Ancient. So what are your thoughts overall, Zach, of the PTR? I mean, besides the obvious, like the PDS. I mean, Phil's already aware of that. I mean, I'm just hoping it gives people a better first impression, you know, of the game. We reckon now. We are reckon now. Do you like the tougher difficulty of it overall? Dropping the loot level requirements early game is amazing. Never thought about that before. The runes can make a small but important impact. Oh yeah. What are your thoughts on the whole not having to replay the campaign? With the campaign unlocking and then for the next difficulty. I'm curious as to what people think about that. I think it's a pretty huge convenience. But I'm wondering, does anyone think it takes away too much of the early game? I don't really, I mean, to be honest, I don't really think it does. Because the campaign grind, I think, is what, you know, now I don't know, of course, but I think that's what keeps a lot of people from really experiencing the entire game, is it gets too grindy, doing the same thing over and over again with no real reward other than just getting the unlock. That's a slower swing, but it hits like a truck, huh? I mean, some people will like it and some people won't, you know, as with anything. And everybody's entitled to their opinion. There's no wrong answer there. But just hopefully it appeals to more people than it has people that dislike it, you know? Nah, it's one time. The only thing you have to do... Now, right now, it's bugged, and you still have to go back and do the summit. Like, to unlock Nightmare, you got to be level 60 and beat the summit on Insane. But that's not intended. What's intended is all you have to do is get to level 60, and you can get a Nightmare. So I went to Nightmare already. I did the first Nightmare Survival. And then this is a fresh restart again. Actually, I'm debating on doing another restart. I don't think there's going to be enough time. Because remember, this PTR is only up for the weekend. Still got all day tomorrow, but like I won't be done with this playthrough today. I'm debating on doing a 50% DU playthrough, though. Because I do think that would be mildly entertaining. I think it would be challenging. I think it would be kind of hard. Would still do it with no PDS, of course. Because what we're 3 hours into today already now. And shit, well, I mean, this isn't all I've been doing today too. That's the real benefit, is you get to play the maps you want to play. Instead of being forced to do every map, you get to play what you want. I think that's the biggest draw with it. It's one of the kind of the conveniences that DD2 has. Now the difference, of course, is like in DD2, all maps are created equal. There is no better loot on one map versus another. That's all in the same tier. It's all the same shit, you know? Where in DDA, there is a difference. So, I mean, a player in the know could actually skip quite a bit of grind by going to the maps where they realize gives more XP and better loot. I agree. I mean, pets are a big draw in the game. You know? Pets are definitely a big draw in the game. Alright, are we going to be... Once again, this is... You know, obviously a new player is not going to know these mechanics. So just assume that a brand new player would lose 2 or 3 times to figure out how the Demon Lord fight works. That I'm just not going to lose on purpose. I want to move on, you know? In fact, that would put a brand new player slightly more ahead because they're going to have a lot more levels to play with. I do think that they need to make those things less powerful. Actually, I'm not having as hard of a time getting through them here. I think those things should be like 1,000 health, not 5,000. The pylons, because look how much time I've used just shooting into these things. Just to get like a 3-second stun. It's not worth it to spend all day to get a 3-second stun, right? But yeah, anyway, once again, you can't simulate not knowing the mechanics. So just assume a new player would lose 2 or 3 times there before they get it down. Alright, I'm going to loot on a Huntress to make sure I get a crossbow. That one's just not very good. 20 vitality on it. That part of it is good. I think I might use it even though it kind of sucks. And we got a first rogue rune. We got one of those bad boys. Got some fat loots. Alright. So on to Tornado Valley. Here we come. I think this is another one of those maps where people would hit their first, like, reality check of, wow, some maps just don't seem to have enough DU. I think for, like, a conventional wall and tower build, it's a challenge on this map. I need to take gray off of the loot filter. The way I quit picking up just so much junk. Alright, let's take a quick gander. Like no really good pieces yet. Ramparts will be one of the worst, I think, in my opinion. Let's see. Power, range, rate. Let's go into power. Try to keep them kind of even, I guess. I think that's that'll be a common occurrence. Leg defense. That's a nice upgrade, but I mean that's worth losing the set bonus over. That piece is, I think. A little more juice there. And then we'll do the same thing here. We'll just try to even it out. Not using the EV yet. We'll hold off on the EV. I do need to get some of these runes equipped. I feel like a new player that sees runes is going to equip them, right? I mean, why would you not? It's like nothing there. So we can go with what? We can go with lightning strikes here. Do we have any squire runes? I don't think we do. No, no squire runes. No apprentice runes. Well, we got explosive striker, but we're not exactly using DSTs yet. Nine more points. Let's go, we'll go get up to 30, and then we'll dump into rate. Traps we haven't used at all yet. And then we're doing ancient gear on homie. We need a chest. Put a mismatched chest on. Only got her now. I guess we can match it. And then we'll keep dumping here. Those points not saved? Yeah, they saved. Alright. So what we gonna do here? This map has just got a lot of lanes, you know? A lot of lanes and only 85 DU. What do we got left after we wall it all? 200. That's enough for what? We could go 2 harpoons. Or 2 flame bursts. So not a whole lot of option there. Shame we don't have a little more range. We could go one in the middle and split it, but I think let's just do this. And then we'll tough it out through these other lanes. That's a curious thing. I wonder why they had the Spin to Win rune dropping in Act 1. That's something I don't think they thought about when they put runes in. Like, Spin to Win is dropping in Act 1, yet you have to be level 20 to unlock it. You're not going to be level 20 in Act 1. I mean, you could be, but most likely you're not, you know? I think they should have thought of that with rune drops. In fact, I'm gonna add that into my feedback when I do the survey. Yeah, you got Overclock at level 15, where you can't use it to level 20 either. Well, there's not a remake. A remake of DD1 would be absolutely glorious, but sadly that does not exist. But yeah, it's early game changes. Okay, we lost our wall over here. We still got 300 left. We can throw some poons in, I guess. Oh, out of juice. Well, DDE was actually intended as a remake. DDA was never advertised, expected, or planned as a remake at all. The problem is they reused too many maps, and it gave people that didn't know that impression. This was not supposed to be a remake. It was never said to be a remake, never promised to be a remake, never expected to be a remake by anyone that knew. But for someone who didn't know, it looks like it's a remake. It's a pretty big difference. That's just lack of knowing, Dave. No offense, but... I mean, it's a pretty easy thing to look at and think that it's a remake just because they did reuse so many of the maps. It's the same as DD2. DD2 was nothing but reused maps at the beginning. Oh, I don't think there's anyone that would disagree with you there. DD1 was a masterpiece. What's been my favorite defense so far early game? Well, I mean, I'm broken, Zach. I'm like a huge EV fan, and proton beams are so strong early game. Well, see, that's the issue. That's really the issue, is people want a DD1 remake, or people wanted a DD1 remake. People wanted DD2 to be a DD1 remake. And they didn't want to do that, even though for years and years and years and years, people said we want a DD1 remake, like an actual DD1 remake. And they never did it. And now, to be honest, I think it's too late. I think they've reused these maps so many times now. DDE, DD2, DDA. If they did a DD1 remake, I think people would just hate all over it. I really do think it's just too late for that. Oh, I agree. I agree. I mean, if they ever do a DD3, it needs to not have any map from any other game. It needs to be a new creation. Oops, I used all the DU. inject proper DD1 remake straight into your veins, I would play the hell out of it too. But I think that, like, I think that any DD1 fan, if they did a real DD1 remake that was like the current state of DD1 but gave it modern graphics, I think any DD1 player would be overjoyed by that. Exclamation PTR in chat will give you a link to the patch notes and the instructions and all there, Kingrets. It's a beta build on Steam, if you're familiar with those from any other games. So you have to right click on your Steam game. DD1 needs a new engine, Dave. It's not just making it look prettier. It needs a new engine. It's not just the dated graphics. They would have to update the code itself. I mean, the game would have to be remade. It's not, you can't, they've already copy-pasted DD1 to 3 different games. And use that as their base. They can't use that as their base again. They need to start fresh and create a new experience from the ground up. That would be the only way to do it properly. I mean, Lalta straight up said in an interview at PAX like 3 years ago, and it was straight up said in an interview at PAX like 12 years ago, DD2 and DDA were both started by porting DD1 over to a newer engine. Now, obviously, DD2 and DD1 are on the same engine, but DD2 was on a newer version of Unreal 3. But they publicly said that. That's how they started both of those games. And we already know that's all that DDE was. I mean, you can't start the base of a game with busted code, you know? Is one of the challenges. I think any character has the potential to make it into DDA this year. I mean, it boils down to how many people are playing it. I think right now, today, the game is making money. So there's going to be more updates. But, you know, will the game keep making money? Will people keep playing it, you know? I personally would be fine with that if there wasn't the original heroes, but I think that people would... I think that is one thing that people would want recurring in all of them, is the original heroes. You've been experiencing a lot of disconnects. You're on PlayStation, Brooke? I haven't really heard of many people having a lot of disconnects, but I mean, it is possible. Well, no, it's actually the exact opposite of that, Dave. They are experimenting and coming up with new things, and that's the problem, is because people want DD1, and they're giving us things that aren't DD1. That's the issue. You know? So, I mean, it's the exact opposite of that. With DD2, everybody screamed that they wanted it to be more like DD1. Yet they made it further and further away from DD2, or then from DD1 every update. In DDA, everyone screamed that they wanted it to be DD1, and they made it further and further away from DD1 every update. So, I mean, obviously, I'm not the guy doing the work. I'm not the guy that looks at their numbers to see what's making money and what's not. But in my opinion, their smartest thing would have been to do a true remake of DD1. Oh, this game is wildly different than DD1, Dave. Have you not played DDA? I don't think you've played it, huh? This is crazy different than DD1. DD2, they were forced to, because microtransactions. The game don't make money. Oh, you have played it? Well, I can tell you the current state of this is like not even close to DD1. When I'm generalizing, saying everyone. No, I'm just saying the masses. is what I'm saying. The majority. You know, taken from, I don't know, probably 10 million YouTube comments over the years. When I say everyone, that's what I'm referring to. I mean, obviously, not everyone is the exact same opinion. I tell you what would be gold for him right now. And it's not what all you guys want to hear. Oh, yeah. Yeah, the masses wanted DD1. But here's the problem. You know, think of it this way. You're an artist, right? Well, we all know DD2 wasn't made by the same people. It was the same company, but the company had been bought out, and the majority of the employees had been replaced. So DD2 is entirely separate animal. So even with that, even though it was made by a greedy-ass bank, yeah, I know. I keep missing this end of the map. Look at it this way. You're an artist, right? Let's dumb it all down to hamburgers. You're an artist that paints paintings of hamburgers. You paint a hamburger painting that becomes as popular as the Mona Lisa, and everybody loves it. And you decide to do another painting, and everybody screams, "We want another hamburger painting." And then you leave and go to work at another company, and someone else comes in. And where that new person is left is the public screaming, "We want another hamburger painting." So they feel forced to make another hamburger painting, but they want to do it in their own way. And that just fucks up everything. That's the deal. We're all passionate about DD1, but let's be honest, the CEO and maybe, 2 or 3 employees are the only people still around from DD1. So these people are all artists. They're trying to create what, in their mind, what is the best possible thing. So there's nothing probably more triggering than someone coming along and telling them, "We want the old shit. Your new shit is not as good." You know what I'm saying? Because the old shit is not their creation. It's the company's creation. It's not their creation. You know what I'm saying? I mean, these are all creative artist people. And that's part of the challenge. And that's exactly what happened with DD2. DD2, I mean, it turned into completely reactionary development. Oh, players hate hard counters, add mods. You know? It turned into completely reactionary development, but the entirety of DD2 was, we don't want to make DD1. We want to make a new product. We want to make DD2, even though all of the people playing are saying they want it to be more like DD1. And then what happened is all those players either quit or they went back to DD1. I think the changes are wildly different, personally. I mean, if you don't take the characters, the art style, and the maps, literally everything else about the game is different. In my opinion. Where do we want to go? I will say this, though. I think that IDHC is the right person to be in charge of trying to do whatever he can for DD2. I think Phil is the right person for being in charge of trying to do whatever they can for DDA. And I think Brent is the right person in charge for trying to do whatever he can for going rogue. So, I mean, rule number 1 of business is put the right people in the right positions, and I think that they finally did that. After years and years of having the wrong people in the wrong positions, I think they finally got the right people in the right positions. Let's see, what can we do? We can do 2 of these, is it? Dang it. Let's do that. And then this, and we'll try to kind of ignore this side of the map a little bit for wave 1. Ooh, oh, ow. Well, there's my first fall off the world. Well, they should have just not reused the maps. DD2 wasn't them reimagining the maps. DD2 was they had 300 employees and a huge marketing budget because they were a bank with unlimited funds creating a game. That's the difference. It's not reimagining the maps. It's reusing the same shit over and over and over again, but painting a pretty coat of paint on it. That's what it was. But they had an enormous budget because they were a bank that owned 600 different companies and had basically an unlimited budget. DD2 is pretty. I don't think anyone disputes that. And that all comes down to the art budget. I mean, at one point they had like 6 world builders. Well, Tencent at least focuses, or you know, I hate to defend Tencent. What the hell am I thinking? Tencent at least has a lot of gaming involved. DD2 was made by Insight Venture Capital, a straight up Insight Venture Capital company. I mean, they were not a gaming company that owned a bunch of game developers. I know Tencent is not either, but they do have quite a large amount of game developers under their wing. No, they were directly involved with operations. That's why Augie ended up coming back. He had to buy it back. The TLDR of DD2 was DD1 was crazy successful. With it being crazy successful, Insight Venture Capital offered a bunch of money to the owners of Trendy to buy it, which they did, and they left those owners on paper on the board of directors, yet did not allow them to have a say. Like, towards the end, Augie wasn't even allowed in the meetings. Well, what happened is they ran DD2 into the ground, realized it was never going to make the money back that they invested into it, and they were going to shut it down. Well, Augie got wind that they were going to shut it down and called him up and said, hey, what if I buy the studio back? And they said, okay. So Augie sold the studio originally, and then he bought it back. So, I mean, that aspect, you got to give kudos to Augie, because he basically saved the franchise. And JavaHawk, who is no longer there, was actually his insider. They did a public interview talking about all this stuff. It's on YouTube right now. JavaHawk was snitching as he was the studio manager, and all the shit that Insight Venture Capital was doing, JavaHawk was calling Augie and telling him, hey man, do you believe they're doing this? And he was spilling all the beans to Augie. And he called Augie and said, and this is his exact words, they were going to shelf the studio. So you decide what shelf the studio means. And Java Hawk called Augie and told him what was going down, and Augie contacted them and said, hey, what if I just buy it back? And originally he was just trying to get at least DD1, he said. What's going on there, Headshot? I saw you playing some Minecraft the other day, man. I've kind of, strangely enough, I've kind of wanted to play some modded Minecraft lately. I haven't broke down and done it. Modded Minecraft is super fun, man. The community has gone way, way over the top with creating mods for that. A Pokemon server, nice. I didn't know those were a thing. Been playing a lot of Warframe lately? Nice. I need to jump back into some Warframe myself. I've been sidetracked by so many games lately. I've really been craving ARPGs since Diablo 4 was announced. The Pokemon mod for Minecraft is really good. I never played it. I was really always into the, like, that Tekkit mod pack with all the industrial type mods and the nukes. I really got into Tekkit back in the day. That was good fun. Oh, Warframe is a great game. I got some catching up to do. There's a couple of frames, a couple of the newer frames I don't have. And then there's still a few like Kuva and sister weapons that I haven't gotten that I still want. I mean, that's like one of the smartest things games can do. Currently, it's 105, Alan, and it'll be going up to 110 when the next big content update hits. The smartest thing you can do in a business is, think about it. Let's go back to burgers. You make a hamburger restaurant, and the customers are allowed to make their own hamburgers and bring their own meat. It's like good shit, man. That's just smart business. Not only are you creating a product, like Minecraft is just a glaring example, you create a product that people can play for years and years and years and years and years. But you do it in a way where the players create the content and you don't have to do it. That's just crazy smart business. There was a steak place like that in Dallas when I lived there. I don't know if it's still there. You went in and there was big freezers lining the walls, or refrigerators full of steaks. And this is a full-blown restaurant. In the middle of the restaurant is these huge grills, and you go pick your own steak out and you cook it yourself. I don't know if that's still there, but it was there. When did I live in Dallas? That was a lot of years ago. But yeah, man, that was a real restaurant. All they paid was like they paid a waiter to come give you your bill and bring you iced tea, and then they paid a busboy and a dishwasher to come clear the plates. And still charged you a fortune for the steak. And then, of course, they did have a cook there, where if you didn't want to cook your own steak, for an additional $4 or whatever, he would grill it for you. All right, Headshot, take it easy, man. 14-hour shift, youch. Well, hopefully it goes by quick. I actually went there several times when I lived there. The quality of their steaks and stuff was really good. And of course, I thought I was some badass chef on this high-end grill cooking my steak. And I'd never realized I'm paying for a steak and they're forcing me to cook it. I mean, that's kind of a bad comparison to a video game, but you know what I'm saying. So smart. Almost done, being another 3 to 4 hours. Oof. Well, hopefully it goes by quick, man. Oh, you know it. I was like early 20s then, man. I thought I was all hot shit. Yeah, dude, I turned 50 in May. I'm old. I actually am not bald. I shave my head. A lot of people think I'm bald. I got hair, man. I mean, granted, it is starting to thin a little, but I actually shave my head. That is pure lazy right there. It is not out of anything other than the ultimate quality of life. Let me tell you, man, there is nothing better than getting out of the shower and your hair's done. Waking up in the morning, no bad hair days. That is like the ultimate living right there. I suggest everyone shave their head. Yes, Brooklyn, that means you too. You should shave your head as well. Well, no, not my wife. My wife won't have it. It's funny too. I'll give you guys the story. I was a little punk rock kid, and my grandmother. I was born in Belfast, Northern Ireland, and my mom and dad split up when I was really young, and we left Belfast. And my grandma had already left Belfast and moved to DC. Curse with big ears. Hey, it happens. It happens. Nothing wrong with big ears, man. It means you can hear better. But anyway, we moved to DC, and DC, like back in the day, was like the punk rock haven in the U.S. You know. So I grew up like being a little punker. I had a mohawk. And my grandma gave me a bunch of shit about my mohawk. And it got to the point... Oh, anyway, when we left Belfast and moved to DC, we moved in with my grandma. My grandma gave me a bunch of shit about my mohawk, saying I looked like a criminal and I needed a haircut and blah, 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 blah. It went on and on and on. And I raged one day and shaved my head with a Bic. I completely cleaned it off with a razor. I said, so what do you think about that, Grandma? Being just a little smart ass, you know? And I ended up, I was 12 years old, dude. I've been shaving my head since I was 12 years old. I ended up absolutely loving it, especially going from, like, a mohawk, that requires a little bit of work. That shit don't stand up on its own. You got to put some work into the mohawk. You know what I'm saying? So I went from... Uh-oh. Hopefully that wall doesn't go down. I went from having to spend time on a mohawk to having a shaved head where you didn't even have to ever look at it. And I realized that it was the ultimate quality of life. And ever since then, I've shaved my head. In fact, it's getting shaggy now. I'm starting to look like a hippie. My general rule for the last 30 plus years has been, if it's long enough for you to have a bad hair day, it's time to bust out the clippers. It's a rule that I think everyone that's comfortable with a shaved head should live by, because it is just the ultimate quality of life. Yeah, that's what we call them here. What do you call them? Oh, yeah. See, we call them the same thing. Makes aerodynamic. It's just good stuff, man. And it feels good. You guys are all going to think I'm a weirdo. What you do, you shave your head, and then you go drive down the road, and you stick your head out the window, and your head tingles. It's the most glorious feeling ever. What is the best and worst character? There's not really a best and worst, to be honest with you there, Black Wishes. There's best and worst defenses, but not really the whole character. Like, say what would be one of the worst defenses in the game? Probably the mushrooms. Like, the mushrooms from the Warden would be one of the worst defenses in the game, but the Warden also has 2 of the strongest defenses in the game. So it's hard to really classify good and bad, plus you have access to all of them. So just make all the characters, they don't cost you anything. You know? Here we go, my nemesis. Well, that's the thing, harpoons now are... The Squire is the strongest DPS character, and harpoons are super, super good now. So it's not really the same, it's not really the same as it used to be. Alright, how do we want to do this? Let's automate the bottom for wave 1. I should go through my loot, or my gear, but I'll do it after this wave. I'm gonna have to upgrade a weapon for the Goblin Mech fight. Is RPG. I don't know what you mean. The remote playtesting group? That's been dead for years, if that's what you're saying. Nah, they've been gone for many, many, many years. They have a testing group, but it's not like before. It's people, you know, it's not really a testing group. It's more like a, check this out, what is your opinion? They don't actually, like, test and debug and stuff like that. Oh, dude, if there's a Sanctum reboot, that would be huge. Where'd you hear about that? I actually sent Twitter messages to them. Well, I mean, it's the old product, winter coating. It's no longer the main focus. Still a focus, but it's the old game. All right. I think we can just tough it out for wave 1 here. No, I sent them a message. Hey, this has been like a couple of years. Like, they were talking about how successful Satisfactory was being. It was like a soft flex from them. They like showed how many copies had sold of Satisfactory. And that's not even launched yet. That's still an early access product, and it just sold a ton of copies. Oh shit. I didn't do anything over here, did I? Or I put that wall down and it got wrecked. Anyway, it was talking about Satisfactory and how well it was doing, and then they like mentioned, you know, our next product is going to be so much better for it, because they're going to have a big starting budget, you know? And, like, I sent them a Twitter message that said something like, you know, Sanctum 3 will be kick-ass, blah, 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 can't wait. And, like, they replied back and said, nope, it's not Sanctum 3. But, boy, I would love to see Sanctum 3, man. I'm going to lose this first wave because I got all excited about Sanctum. Yep. Sanctum was a really great game. Sanctum 1 and Sanctum 2. I played 1 more than I played 2. But Sanctum 1, I had a partner, a leaderboard partner. I mean, I'd be fine with a reboot, to be honest. I mean, I would rather see Sanctum 3, but I would be pretty stoked with a Sanctum reboot. Alright, we're going to have to do this a little differently. Just something like that, covers the flyers. And then we'll get something like this to cover the flyers as well. Actually, I should use Poons, huh? They get a wider range. This map needs more starting mana. That's just all there is to it. It's just not a fun wave 1. Let's see. Let's put this one that way. We'll put this one this way. Well, I mean, it wasn't very active at the end. I mean, it's literally been years. You guys know I was in that. I'm allowed to say I was in it. I'm not really allowed to talk about what happened in it because it's all under an NDA. But it's been many, many years. And towards the end, it was just... I mean, I gotta watch what I say about it. Because it's non-disclosure. I'm allowed to say I was part of the group. But, I mean, towards the end, it was... Shit, man. Am I gonna lose again? Damn it. Dark Elf Warriors fucking me up. I'm gonna need to go ahead and upgrade this weapon now, I think. This map is just miserable in Wave 1. Miserable. Like, there is literally zero fun to be had in this map in the first wave. $550. At least we got some mana now. It's just that the map just starts off with not enough mana is the problem. You know, once you get it built, of course, you're good. But it just starts with just no mana. I mean, even just like another 100 starting mana would be so huge for this map. I'm going to double poon it down there. Well, we need flyer defense. Put it like that, make it a last resort type thing. And then we still got this area. What can we do? We can go to Tunes, but then yeah, we'll have enough for a wall. Or no. We're 8 short of being able to put a wall down. Is there 8 mana laying anywhere? I put that one the wrong way. Now the Flyers are just going to wreck this one. This is going to be another rough wave, but I think we'll limp through. Gonna have to manually kill the Flyers. Get a few shots in on those guys too. See, Dark Elf Warriors are already up on my harpoons. Oh, this is just a disaster. All about the Delphs. It's always all about the Delphs. That's my main problem with the game. There's one enemy in the game. There's one enemy that makes or breaks your experience, and that's Dark Elf Warriors. They're so goddamn irritating. Now, end game, of course, you get to a point where you ignore them. But until you get to that point, they're just the most irritating thing in the game. They need to be toned way down. Alright, this held up, but barely. We throw a flame burst in down here. That will save the day, I think. Alright, we got 370. Will be good. It's just the Delphs. How much are the Dark Elf Warriors going to destroy? You know? In fact, I may just go ahead and break down and give myself a little tickle of hero health. I got the points. And do I want to complete my set? All right, my set's completed, so I at least got a little bit of armor. Not much, but little taste. It's funny you feel that way, because DD2 is really the single-player experience. Like, you look at the current player base of DD2 and divide that number by 4, and that's how many people are playing the game. Because, like, everyone... Oh, this is definitely more challenging. Everyone, plays with alts. It's like the meta in DD2 is get 3 alts, quad box it, win game. It's far more of a single player experience than this game is. And Onslaught has always been that way. Let's see, what do we need to add? We can get a little more AoE here, I guess. Get a little crowd control. Yeah, but that's in theory. That's not what happened. What happened was people only went to town if, 1, they were a brand new player, or 2, they were trying to sell things to brand new players. But in reality, everyone played out of their own tavern in their own group with alts. That's the reality of it. But DD2 also requires having a server active, which means at some point the game will shut down. DDA does not require having a server active, still has trading, but you don't have that town hub, which also means the game can never be shut down. That's what's going to be in DDA, Dave. It'll be a variation of the DD1 system where you can set up a shop and then people can come in and join. Oh, shot. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate it a ton. Shit, I gotta need to be looking for these delphs. Slapping. Not enough juice. I mean, you could say that for DD1 for multiplayer as well. If you opened up DD2 right now, right this second, and went through the 3 different servers and looked at how many public games were available, there is going to be more public games available in DD1 right now than that. So, I mean, I get what you're saying with the whole player hub, but it's just not what actually happened. What's going on there, Hacksaw? Going good, man. Going good. Well, I mean, that just is the free-to-play element, sadly. Well, that's the thing. You get that reward by playing by yourself with your alts. Plus, you get 4 times the crafting materials, and you take away 4 times the grind. And that's why DD2 became what it is today, where everyone just plays alts. I mean, at any given moment, you could literally divide the player base that it shows active playing at the time. At a minimum, divide it by 2, and that's how many people are really playing. No, it's just how the game works. It's not. It became not a loot-based game, and a game about grinding the number on the screen. Do you have the 286 reroll tokens that you need, or do you not? Well, I mean, what's the quickest way to get 286 reroll tokens? It's not playing with friends. It's playing with alts, you know? And that's what happened with DD2. It's unfortunate, really. But it's reality is reality. The thing DD2 has going for it is it's free to play, so it constantly has a new supply of players rolling in, and the new players, or the new generation of veterans in DD2, don't know what the game used to be, and that is 100% for the best, because they don't have that experience to base it off of, you know? I mean, I will still, like, Chaos 10 comes, I'm still going to log in and play DD2, don't get me wrong. But you know how I'm going to do it? I'm going to do it by myself with my alts, unless I'm live streaming, which I don't really live stream DD2 anymore, so. And I'll have everything knocked out. I'll have all the Chaos 10 content done, and I'll have all of my gear upgraded to Chaos 10 within a couple of days. And my experience with Chaos 10 will be over. And that's unfortunate. It's even more prevalent now with Sandboxy, because Sandboxy is now free and open source, where it used to be a paid product, you know? So yeah, I mean, Sandboxy is still what everybody uses, but now it's free. And then consoles, obviously they can't quad box. Well, technically you're not allowed to quad box, you're only allowed to dual box. But consoles have it even easier. You just grab your other controller and hit go. bam, you're multi-boxing, you know? Then you take the real Chads that have got a Series X, but they still got their Xbox One around. Oh yeah, guess what those guys are doing? they're quad boxing. All right, we got 39. Should I throw? I feel like I should throw down something else, because this just feels weak. Say. Do that. Definitely going to need to go through the gear and probably upgrade a weapon. It's different too. Assuming you haven't played through the last few updates, Dave, they changed the way mobs come out now too. So it's way more chaotic than it used to be. The mobs dump out onto the map at the beginning of the wave super fast. Shit, I'm gonna have to spam repairs here. Yeah, that was the last great, the last good time. Or the last really popular time as far as the player base goes. You're back super recently, farming your 8s. That's fair. But you know what I'm talking about. They dump out now. Damn Delphs, man. Got stealth now, at least. I can buy myself a little bit of Delph forgiveness. Looks like I lost my poons up top. Dark Elf Warriors probably went up and killed him. Well, I mean, you got sludge launchers. Half the battle has been won. Yeah, every update, every major content update is 4 new maps and 2 new heroes. Yeah. God damn it. Turn around and hit me! I didn't realize I got pushed in down there. Oh no! Oh, this is a lose. God damn, I hate this fucking map so bad. And now I gotta redo it. Ugh. Jesus, is the most frustrating shit ever. This map sucks so terribly bad. They could just delete this fucker from the game and I would have no complaints at all. Ugh. God damn, on wave 5 too, man. So goddamn irritating. If I wasn't doing a specific playthrough, my ass would be spamming bees and saying, fuck this. This map makes me cuss. I mean, what more can you say? It's that shitty. I was done with this map after grinding it for 600 hours in Dungeon Defender's Eternity a decade ago. And I gotta keep playing it through every goddamn game they put out. It's so irritating. Ugh. I think I'm gonna just set up my Huntress. What are we not using? We're using militia, right? And think, this map was in 2 other games before that. Sexy. Yeah, I mean, I only got to do it once and then never do the map again. That's the good part about this update, is you get some ass tier map like this that just can just die in a fire. You only got to complete it once and you never got to do it again. What am I using? Primitive, militia, nothing yet. Minor, nothing yet. And ancient. So I'm using everything but guard, right? Explosive traps do really, really well here. And let's see. Just want to go with that one. All right, what does that put us at? 80 fort. Get it up to 85, I guess. How disgusting small are these? It could be worse. Well, I mean, this was the grind map for so long in DDA. Like, this was the gear farming map for a good period, you know? Yeah, this is specific. I'm using a set of heroes and defenses that were picked by new players that never played the game before. I don't naturally do builds this bad, Dave. You know that, for God's sakes. I asked my neighbor kids. My neighbor's got two sons that play video games. They've never played Dungeon Defenders before. I gave them an overview of the heroes and defenses and had them pick what I did for this playthrough. So yeah, I mean, if I was spamming wisps and PDS and proton beams and everything else, this would all be easy peasy lemon squeezy. Well, I mean, they don't have to do it. I'm doing it right now. This is what they chose. They actually had two different choices. One of them was original 4 heroes plus rogue and EV, and the other one was original 4 heroes plus warden and EV. And then at the beginning of the stream, or at the start of close to the start of the stream, I let y'all pick what I did. And this is the result. The pain. The pain. Oh, the pain. The original 4 only is I've done like a million times. That, and this is the testing build too, so it's the new difficulty. This is the equivalent of the old insane mode, basically. Alright, so now I'm missing the bottom, right? You know, we got the bottom. We got something down there anyway. Do I go ahead and upgrade this weapon? Or pick a better one? That vitality sure would be nice right there. But this thing is just going to do ass tier damage. I got 300k I'm sitting on. I think I'm just going to go ahead and do it. I was going to upgrade it next map anyway. Actually, that one's gray. Have I not gotten a better drop? I haven't been looting weapons. That's the problem. I'm sure I've gotten a ton of better drops. That's not the one I should upgrade. I could upgrade this one. And I get that 20 vitality too. Can't go all the way with it, but we can go to there. Killed your love for Apprentice. That's fair. God, I just feel like that was such a waste. I'm not doing dick for damage with this thing. This thing's such a piece of junk. You really got to do the bosses on Rift mode. That was just, I just threw that money away. You do the bosses on Rift mode, you get yourself a nice weapon, you know? What are we missing? Oh, we got these little guys shooting it up over here. Little Flappy Bird. Alright. And still not looking at weapons for, what, 8 maps now? And I'm still not getting better drops. That's crazy. Alright, we'll try the same thing again. Try to toughen this lower side up. That way, hopefully, it doesn't get wrecked. The problem is the Dark Elf Warriors that run down here are killing all this shit. Nah, this is all public beta testing. You can test it right now, Dave. Just download the thing and check it out. It's all public. Like, I wouldn't be able to live stream it if not. I'm glad that they changed to that. Well, I mean, it's for their own benefit too, because a lot of people like myself, you know, we wouldn't be playing it so much if you couldn't stream it, you know? Oh, I'm sure I've gotten a little better weapon, but I haven't auto-looted any of the weapons, is the deal. So yeah, I mean, I shouldn't have upgraded this one. I should have just... oh shit, I'm on the wrong hero. God damn it, this is going to be another lose. This hero's naked. Because there's no way the defense is going to hold. I mean, maybe I'll get lucky. They said the item power was buffed. Everything except staffs need to be looked at early game, in my opinion. Staffs are so powerful early game, and literally every other weapon sucks. The item power buff isn't actually a power buff. It's recalculating how the math works on the item power of items. Well, no, there's no point. I mean, I'll go back and play the live game if I want to do that. I mean, like I said, the whole point of this playthrough was to check out the new player experience and kind of nerf myself as hard as possible, so I'm not doing any metas. I mean, I'm level 20. I got buff beams unlocked, y'all. You guys see a buff beam anywhere? You know, I mean, I'm gonna use buff beams, but I'm not using any of the meta stuff. The heroes, even the heroes, were picked by, like I said, the neighbor kids. Watching me suffer is for you all's enjoyment. I'm doing it for y'all. I'm not doing it for Chromatic. I'm doing it for you all so you can laugh and say, eat shit. Yeah, I mean, look at the weapons. This is... staffs, man. It's all about staffs. Even if you took the projectiles away. If you took the projectiles away and this was a single shot weapon, it's hitting for 115 every 0.38 seconds. My one that I completely upgraded is only hitting for 182 every 0.38. And that's unupgraded stuff on the ground. I mean, that one obviously is a trash roll, but... Okay, what did I lose? I mean, I think really all weapons, literally everything except stabs, needs a look at early game. And changing the item power is not the fix. You know, the fix is... I don't know what the fix is, but it's not apples to apples, even remotely. Stats versus literally anything else. Just not even close. I mean, I'm so bummed I just blew all that gold on this weapon, because this thing is just junk. I just feel like I just threw all that money right in the trash. But I'm stuck with it now. I already spent it. I gave them the lore. I described the defenses and what they did. And I gave them kind of the background. I mean, some of them I didn't really give an explanation at all. Like the EV, I said it was a robo chick. It was a robo chick that laid down electric beams and that stunned enemies and then had other beams that you put down to buff defenses. I mean, I was talking to two kids. I didn't go into a detailed description. I mean, their main concern is what they look like. You know. But do they look cool? You know, that was their main concern. I think the rogue, they both jumped on thought the rogue was super cool looking. And then for one of them, the deal breaker was with the rogue was not having any towers. Like when I first showed them the image of the rogue, they're like, oh damn, that's badass. The squire is the harpoon, man. As soon as they saw the harpoon, they're like, hell yeah. That shit's cool as hell. And the slice and dice, obviously, I'm probably not going to use any slice and dices in this playthrough, but the slice and dice was a big hit with them as well. See how these up here doing? They're taking damage, but that might be Dark Elf Warrior damage. Let's just go ahead and give it another, just to be safe. The harpoons, once you get that rune, are one of the better defenses in the game now, Dave. On the live game, it'll be a holy shit moment for you when you see them go. I mean, they're not DD1 harpoons, but they are really, really strong. But they need that. They do need that rune before their glory shines. Alright, what else? Can we overkill anything else? Well, we never put auras or anything down here. I don't think I'd call that one overkilled it. Oh yeah. In DD1, you could walk up them. Literally. Like, you could just jump on them and run up the line of them, going up into the sky. I'm doing the same. I still don't have a third captain yet. It's what I want to get today, Kasser. But I've got one of my captains is in a pirate galleon, which is really, really good. And then the other one is in the Queen Elizabeth, which is beast, dude. It's got 4 cannons. It shreds. Shit. That's gonna blow everything up, isn't it? Not really. See if I can get this guy to walk back a little bit. Come back here, dude. You know you wanna. Oh, I'll definitely play some more of it. I just wanted to hit up the PTR here since it's just for this weekend. I'm not done with Path of Exile this season. I'm certainly going to stream more to Tortuga, and then next week, it's not official yet, but it's expected that the Diablo 3 PTR will go live next weekend. So I will, without question, be playing that. But yeah, dude, it gets a little tedious. Well, Diablo 4 is not out until June. When Diablo 4 hits, I will definitely be playing it. No, Diablo 3's next season. The Diablo 3 is all about seasonal content. Their next season hits a PTR, assumedly next week. The season 28, this one is. Well, I mean, the PTR is a PTR. A lot of people don't play them. They're fun. I mean, so just being fun is worth it to me. I mean, you don't get anything out of it. You have to be playing it just because you think it's fun. This season was the worst season for me in a long time. It's because of World of Warcraft, dude. My entire clan, or it's not my clan, but the clan I'm in, all play World of Warcraft, and it was too close to the launch of the WoW Classic, last WoW Classic expansion, and then the retail expansion. So, like, literally no one in my clan was online. Or I think there was one person. Me and one other person in the clan was all there was. And I mean, we're a very casual clan. We're all very seasonal. Like, we play the game hard for like a month and then we're done with it and don't look at it again until the next season comes. You know? But not having anyone at all to play with, the grind just got too much for me. I didn't play it very much. I mean, I completed the season journey, but that was about it. Oh shit, we got another ogre down here. Is this the only two? Yeah, it's the only two. Okay, good. Sorry, y'all, but I will be ignoring chat for a minute because I do not want to redo this map again. Shit. God damn it. Oh no! Alright. That's it, y'all. I can't do it again. I can't do this map again today. Just not gonna. Oh yeah, D4E is already released and you can pre-order it. Yeah, throne room for bracers. Anyway, y'all, that is gonna get it for me for today, though. So we will pick this up tomorrow. This map is fucking toxic. Worst thing in the game. But yeah, I just cannot do this map again today. So we'll pick it up right here. I'm not gonna play it off stream at all. But I will be live tomorrow about the same time, about noon Pacific time. And we'll jump back into this toxic piece of shit map. God, I hate it. But anyway, thank you all so much for hanging out. Hopefully everyone's having a wonderful afternoon or weekend. Got some mildly entertaining UFC fights tonight if you guys are into watching people beat each other up. Let's see, is there anybody that I know? There's Ayla Link, another Natex, based Florida man, streaming DDA. So we'll send you over to Ayla Link over on the Twitches. But anyway, thanks a ton, everybody. Hopefully everyone's having a great weekend, and I'll be back tomorrow at noon Pacific. So I will see you all then. Take it easy.